There we go. Alright, hello everybody. Some of you may already know me, some of you may not. I'm OMG Guy, and this is the morning news. So, basically what I do here is provide a space for people to hear news that they don't necessarily get normally. There's been a lot of misinformation going around for a few years now, and I've had enough. I want to mention how much damage it's doing. Alright, so science is off to work. He's even his character in the town world to level up on. Which is good. Well, there we go. 1618. 5-minute news.
Won't surprise you to know that Donald Trump appears to know how the world works. He seems to believe that wealth is something.
Hey, Gage, how you doing?
Given only with conditions.
Yep.
But unlike him, America is truly.
I'm streaming daily now.
More importantly, the US leads by example, showing the world that.
This news segment is daily. Freaking midday hangout streams and nighttime hangout streams, which are not monetized, so play music and stuff like that. Good morning, Ace. Good thing it wasn't you last night. Oh. Senza woke me up by spamming channel point readings. Where'd it go? There it is. Oh, I see now. Not bad, honestly. Considering everything, not bad. Somebody spammed channel points like crazy. Channel point reviews. To the fact of chat here on the left. From here all the way to here was spammed and waking me from my sleep. So I quite literally had to turn everything down and be awake for the 2 hours. Not for waking me during a sleep stream. For fun, yes, but not for waking somebody during the sleep stream. I will do a sleep stream for that if you guys want that, but I need to be prepared for that, because I am not the one that likes to be woken. I become very grumpy. Yeah, I was not a happy camper. Check the sleep stream at about 4 o'clock, you'll see it. Yeah, I was pissed. And then Loki decided he was gonna pant like crazy, rocking the trailer, keeping me up. It's like, I said, fuck it, finally, and closed the door so he would get nice and cool. At first, I was like, this better not be Ace. Ace knows better. Yeah, that was the thought that went through my head. Was Ace knows better. I saw it wasn't you, and I was actually pleasantly surprised. I was like, good. It wasn't Ace. Yeah, no threats. I said, just like when we were running the drip crew, bud, life comes first. Even more so now. So, I better get back to getting this news going.
Generosity is a source of strength. Trump is so evil, racist, and xenophobic that he cannot comprehend the US being generous to less fortunate nations. The malignant narcissist assumes there must be corruption where there is none. Why? Because
for those who don't know, this is actually accurate. Donald Trump is malignant narcissist. That's not hyperbole, that's actual diagnosis from psychologists. That is something that can be diagnosed without having to be right there. So, just so you know, that's not hyperbole.
he would be the one getting a kickback.
It usually does an issue sometimes.
USAID, it's a disaster. What the people, radical left lunatics, they have things that nobody would have even believed. The whole thing with $100 billion spent on you know what, with money going to all sorts of groups that shouldn't deserve to get any money. With the money, I'd like to see what the kickbacks are. How much money has been kicked back? Who would spend that kind of money to some of the things that you read about and I read about and I see every night in the news and every morning when I read the papers? Who would spend money for that? I would say this: the people that got all that money, are they kicking it back to the people that gave it from government? To me, very, very corrupt.
By dedicating less than 1%, about 0.63% of our federal...
Wait a minute. Trump is complaining that people are not sending their kickback back to the government after the government sent them their kickback from overpaying taxes. And you've got a problem with that, Trump?
budget to USAID. America earns respect as a nation that supports and protects those in need. That's what makes us strong, not Trump's threats of 25%.
You're on the news screen,
allies unless they meet his demands. Trump has allowed his live-in boyfriend, Elon Musk, a man with
if
no
you don't want to chat about politics, I suggest
to
not
freeze all programs
this particular screen.
that help keep the poorest
morning
people on
news.
our planet alive.
Because Trump's doing a lot of damage, and it's not about politics.
Was the main government agency responsible for providing humanitarian aid and supporting economic development around the world. Created in 1961, its mission was to help countries in need, especially those facing conflicts or crises, while also advancing U.S. interests. USAID works to reduce poverty, improve health, provide emergency relief, as well as support economic growth in developing.
You're not going to come out?
In 2023, USAID...
You look like you was ready to come out.
Learn about crypto and get rewarded.
Come on, Blue.
With Coinbase Learning Rewards, we've paid out over $100 million in crypto rewards since Coinbase Learning Rewards won.
Support economic growth in developing nations. In 2023, USAID controlled over $40 billion in funding, which made up more than a third of the US government's foreign aid budget. This money is used to help countries in need, especially those that are important to US foreign policy. USAID works in about 130 countries, but in 2023, the top 10 recipients of its funding were Ukraine, Ethiopia, Jordan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Somalia, Yemen, Afghanistan, Nigeria, South Sudan, and Syria. A large portion of USAID's budget in 2023, 40% of it went to Europe and Eurasia, with most of it directed to Ukraine due to the ongoing war there. Critical shipments of life-saving medicines have now been halted. Children are now facing hunger and malnutrition throughout the world after Elon Musk decided.
As far as which part, Gage, and Ace, you're being lied to. And not a little bit. Trump's not a positive thing. I really hate to be the one to have to do this, but he's really not. He is a danger and a criminal. He was a criminal before the felony charges. Not again yet, no. I hate to tell you, Ace, you're denying reality when it comes to Trump. You're denying facts and science when it comes to Trump. You're a lot smarter than to be doing that shit, dude. A lot smarter. And you've proven that in my streams already. As for me, Gage, what's been going on recently? Try and get a few different things working mod-wise for streams. Now I have to replace my primary camera and my hard drive, my externals. The 3 terabyte fell on my floor on Christmas Eve and died. And then my 1 terabyte, while moving out of the ranch, the cats decided they would chew the cord up on it. So I'm running on half a terabyte space hard drive for games. I do have CarX installed. I have checked it out. I've seen that the lagginess has dropped beautifully. It's nice to see. Makes me wonder if that last little bit of me chewing them out did something. They advertised for CarX Drift Racer, Online Drift Racing 2 on X, and the first thing I said was, man, you left us in so much fucking shit on the original. Why the hell should I buy another one of your games? And yeah, let's just say the ratio was not good for CarX. They took quite a bit of flack. And since then, the game's running better. So I'm like, was it something I said?
To shut down USAID, the leading international aid agency. Scenes of chaos have unfolded across dozens of countries as aid organizations warn of worsening disease, famine, and devastating setbacks in areas like family planning and girls' education. One former
Case in point, Ace, what do you think was the cause of that DC aircraft collision? Things like that aren't just one-offs. As a matter of fact, there's been many of them. It's not people sacrificing other people to make Trump look bad, dude. For real. People aren't trying to make Trump look bad. Trump looks bad because Trump's being bad. I figured as much. Usually you pop in on something and say hi if you're not too busy. He may have left, and that's okay. It's something that he might not come around until it's already too late. But I'm still going to try. He has the smarts enough to come in and hang out and like how it is here. He's got the smarts enough to figure it out. Maybe, more than likely not on his own because, well, let's be real. That kind of information comes flooding in and doesn't help nobody. Yeah, freaking, we sold the ranch, and I had to leave behind, well, basically leave behind all but one of the cats. So I've got my Dublin. Who's actually right. No, that's her butt. There she is. There. That's a Dublin. And she's a smart little shit. He plays fetch like a dog. And will drink from the toilet like a dog. He have taken care of the drinking from the toilet pit by leaving a sink running. She's a water kitty. What? It's my pack of smokes. You know what that is. And then a little bit further down is Mom's Chihuahua Khaleesi. You can kind of see her snout right here. And then I've got Dad's Great Pyrenees back too. Because of way shit went at ranch and Mom getting called in to animal control and all that bullshit. Rather bullshit. Guinea pig. Oh no. That's no fun. Yeah, I get that. The dander from the pups gets me. You'll probably notice me blowing my nose quite a bit more than I normally do. I mean, I need to now. I'm just being good for not doing it yet. Yeah. Mornings and nighttime, as well as when I'm taking my meds, it'll get my sinuses. As you will know, congested sinuses suck. Oh shit. Dude, you're almost 18, aren't you? If I'm remembering your age correctly. Holy shit. Hell yeah. Alright.
USAID official described Elon Musk and Donald Trump's actions as an extinction-level event. Consequences are already severe. In Sudan, where the world's worst humanitarian crisis is unfolding, warehouses full of critical medicines have been abandoned. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo,
I don't doubt it.
Violence in the east has made the situation even more dire. Across Africa, hundreds of thousands of children who depend on school meal programs have been left without food after supplies were left to spoil following Musk's declaration that he wanted the US agency to die. USAID has 10,000 employees, with about 2/3 working
Yeah,
overseas.
it gets you.
The agency runs more than 60 offices around the world that oversee various
You're in bed,
projects.
I'll probably
These
bring you up
projects
on
are
the-
not carried out directly by
Oh,
USAID, but are instead handled by partner
Yeah,
organizations
we do.
such as non-profits, private companies, universities, international organizations, foreign governments, and non-government
That's
organizations.
still pretty close, my friend.
Living with opioid addiction can be a struggle, trapped in a cycle of opioid use, withdrawal, and cravings.
Non-governmental organizations.
I mean, sure, it's only 2 years, but
funds these partners through grants, cooperative agreements, or
when you get to know somebody through gaming, 2 years is a long
developing
time.
areas such as health, education, infrastructure, and governance. USAID spends most of its money on healthcare, humanitarian aid, and governance. Historically, USAID has spent most on health programs, especially efforts to fight diseases like HIV and AIDS and COVID-19. In 2022, emergency relief, such as food and shelter medical supplies, became USAID's largest area of spending due to growing global crises. In 2023, they spent more money helping foreign governments, especially Ukraine, and that became the biggest category of spending. You see, it changes as need changes. They addressed
That's what I'm referring to!
wars, authoritarian governments, and health threats. These are the priorities of USAID. Building new partnerships, working with local organizations,
Oh, shit.
and improving USAID itself by strengthening its workforce and focusing on effective evidence-based programs. Things that Donald Trump cares nothing for. Besides its regular development work, USAID has played a major role in responding to
Sorry, I actually remember that.
Ukraine. Billions of dollars have gone to support Ukraine's government and humanitarian relief and rebuilding efforts. I mean, where do you think the money comes from? Conflicts in the Middle East that USAID has provided humanitarian aid to, in Gaza and other conflict zones. In 2021, the Biden administration gave USAID a permanent seat on the National Security Council. Democratic administrations and lawmakers have historically been more supportive than
The only thing about my dub here is, she's not a tabby cat. Oopsie. Remember correctly, you said you were doing a swap? But Dublin is not a tabby cat. She is actually a Corby. And doesn't have tabby M or the hip swirl. There's no swirl, it's just stripes. She's basically a little house tiger. Goes playing in the water. Straight fur. White underbelly. Including the chin. And the funny thing is her stripes go around under her belly and chest. They don't stop at the fur color change. Not exactly the unique fur I've always wanted, but she's unique enough. Well, you grab, I'm gonna stop, because then you're trying to tell me something. Yeah, she's a goofball, a little bit of a spaz. She's 1 year old as of last month, matter of fact. She had her first heat last month, too. That was a rough one for her. She wasn't sure what to think about that. and some of the other female cats I've had go and eat on me, though.
Republicans. But every post-war president, whether Democrat or Republican, has been a strong proponent of foreign aid. Apart from Donald Trump, USAID plays a key role in global development and crisis response, managing billions of dollars to help struggling countries. As of this week, USAID has been...
USAID is kind of the program that made us look like Big Brother in the world. Oh, I didn't know you blew it up. Were you drifting or dragging? Blew your engine up in your pickup? Okay, the other possibility could be towing or climbing, but we usually don't hear as much of engines blowing your engine from either of those. Unless they do drag or drift.
shut down by billionaire Elon Musk under the guise of his Doge cost savings. And even today, Elon Musk has proposed a wholesale removal of regulations as an intensification of his crusade to slash US federal government spending. He also said that the early days of Trump's presidency, combined with a Republican-controlled Congress, presented a unique chance of implementing a radical overhaul of the US government. He said if it's not possible now, it will never be possible. This is our shot, he said.
No, that's not true.
If we don't take advantage of this next hand of cards, it's never going to.
Now, for the way he wants to make it happen, that could be true. Rosto Campo. Hey, at least at that point you can't say that it wasn't part of the show. H, I don't really have an argument of whether or not they'll do it or not. Oh no, you said that'll do it. My bad. I misread it. Yeah, it'll certainly do it. Ace, this is Card Up or Gage. Part of my old drip crew. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah, that'll definitely do it. Hitting that limiter a lot.
Kamala Harris on the policy that
Too long.
billionaires would pay a little
Hit it
more
again.
tax,
Sometimes it's all it takes.
USAID and all of the programs, entitlements, and public services that most working Americans root.
Pressure wear, be pressure wear. I mean, heat, pressure. Just the main two things. Then all it takes is to do it again, even if you don't do it to the same extent. Damn. You didn't just blow it, you threw a rod, too. Was it through the pan? Did y'all have to clean up an oil mess? Or was it a nice pick up the parts, get the truck out of there scenario?
Fine. Trump supporters voted for the disruption of these initiatives and for billionaires to pay even less tax than they do now, forcing Trump to start trade wars to bring in revenue that consumers will ultimately foot the bill for. MAGA Republican leadership isn't just cruel, it's greedy and cruel, where money is more important than people and increasing their bottom line takes precedence over the sanctity of human life. I'm Anthony Davis. You can find me on the 5 Minute News YouTube channel and podcast on Wednesdays, co-hosting Uncovered, on Sunday on the Weekend Show, Midas Touch.
I have to do a lot of reading for my job, emails, contracts, PDFs. To stay focused, it was a free Google Chrome extension. I put out a post after he hijacked the treasury, and I said, look, I will never just stop podcasting without telling you ahead of time. So if I stop podcasting, it's not because I decided to, it's because somebody stopped me from doing it. Everyone's like, well, that's a cryptic, scary post. And I'm like, it's kind of a cryptic, scary time.
Hello, and welcome to the Politics Girl podcast. I'm your host, Lee McGowan. Let's get into it. Well, I had a completely different podcast recorded for this week, and then this weekend happened. So my guest and dear friend Dr. Allison Gill agreed to come back and join me again to discuss what the hell is going on in America and how completely intolerable it is to live under the whims of a wannabe dictator, his yes-men, and the ketamine-addled tech bro who's given full access to our lives. So we're going to go...
That's what I thought. Hey, I get it. 100%, dude. Nice. Since we talked, one of my adopted brothers ended up crashing the truck, as in the big Dodge we had for the ranch. He's alright. He's lucky as fuck, but he's alright. He crashed in that corridor coming from coast over to Grand Ron. Was on his way back and was getting tired and getting pulled over. Well, he went off corner and into the trees at judgment's probably about 55. Only nice going. Better than at 4 o'clock this morning. I was able to get back to sleep and doing alright. But, yeah. My younger brother, it was 89 Dodge 2500 dually elephant ass, whole 9 yards. And honestly, the only reason he's still alive is because those trees in that truck saved his fucking life. If it wasn't an old steel body, he'd be dead. For real. You can hop around here on YouTube and see some pictures and shorts. or A Short, where he drove off. And he fucked up his hands, had some breathing issues, and yeah, he got pretty messed up from it, but we're surprised he was alive. Cracked ribs. But all in all, nothing completely and utterly broken. No casts. Nothing like that. Reason he was so messed up was he ended up pulling Doctor Strange in the dashboard. As in, hands, dashboard, crunch. Yeah, that was a fun one. He ended up walking a mile before actually being able to find some help. People just kept driving by. If you know anything about mountain pass corridors, there's no towns. There's no houses, typically. If there is, it's another couple mile driveway. But you got a mile down, and finally somebody stopped. He got to the hospital. He's alright. He's still got some pain from it, just to be expected. But, yeah. That happened. I'm now in an RV with the pups, taking care of them for mom and dad. And just keeping going streaming. Ooh. Hey, at least you're able to get out and didn't tow your truck or vehicle at all in that one. Do I still have the pictures on my phone? I think I still got some of the pictures. Yeah, full importance totaled. That's what truck was named. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, I deleted them. Damn it. Okay, so I don't have any on my phone. Shit happens. Yeah, I'm glad to hear you're alright, dude.
Happening over the past couple of days and try and make some sense of this mess for you. I will say none of this is good, but you can't shut down because of that, because that's exactly what these terrible people want you to do. If you don't know Dr. Allison Gill, she is the founder and CEO of MSW Media, a podcast network focused on news, politics, and justice. Allison, or AG as she's known, is a military veteran who worked at the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, but lost her job after she was targeted by Trump for being a confidential contributor and host of the Mueller, She Wrote podcast. Allison went on to create The Daily Beans, a political and social justice podcast that gives the news with swearing 5 days a week and is a woman who really knows what's going on. So without further ado, please welcome my guest, new media visionary, military veteran, and warrior still willing to fight for this nation, Dr. Allison Gill. Welcome back, AG.
How to change the way you pizza. Step 1, grab a delicious Papa Murphy's pizza. Step 2.
Welcome back, AG.
Good morning again.
Good morning again. Thank you for coming back. As I was saying in the intro.
I will remind everybody that the videos that are being played and you're hearing are on YouTube under the Midas Touch or 5 Minute News. There's also Legal and Global AF. All of these channels are done by people in the know. Quite literally. Including but not limited to someone that was on Trump's legal team who he decided to screw over. Only bent bumper. Nice. I don't know about that. Yeah, okay. Go ahead. No, you don't want it? Okay. Actually, looks like you ate a little bit of it, so I'm happy about that, you monster. What? You want to see? You're not going to eat it. Told you. I really don't expect Chi-Chi to eat that. It's covered in hair. Yes. Discord is still one of the better places to catch me if it's not in stream. Especially now, Discord is being checked every day because it's the phone. I quite literally save all the notifications for my videos for doing morning news. So, yeah, that's still really a good place to catch me now, more so than it used to be. Otherwise, my daily checks are YouTube, Twitch, and Quora. I don't check Twitter daily, though. Close to doing it daily. I don't record daily either. Yeah, Discord's still the best place.
We had this whole conversation about the chaos we're living through on Friday morning, but by Saturday night, you and I were talking, we were like, is that conversation already out of date? I mean, the amount of criminal activity, criminally adjacent behavior, unconstitutional oversteps, and quite frankly, just piss poor leadership that happened over the weekend is astonishing, and I really appreciate you taking the time to do it all over again with me, especially since I might end up just looking at you half the time.
Oh, it's totally fine. I was actually sitting here trying to remember what we talked about Friday morning. What was huge news on Friday morning?
Stopline.
And it's escaping me.
I know, that's exactly it. It's like, we're 14 days into this presidency, and taking in information is exactly what you said. It's like trying to clean from a firehouse. It is overwhelming, It hurts, it shouldn't have to be done, but that's kind of the point, right? That's what they're doing to us.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing to us, which is why I appreciate it so much.
That is what they're doing, and honestly, it takes people like them, myself, several like us, to sit here and listen to all the bullshit and sort it out, and break it down to where everybody else can understand. And especially with fucking law and politics, I can understand people not getting it. It's not an easy topic. Not at all. There's a lot of confusing shit in it. And there's people out there that try to make it more confusing. So no, I don't blame anybody for not understanding politics or understanding some of the words being used in politics and shit like that. No. Y'all want, for those who like to say big words, yeah, okay, those, I could agree, a lot of those are big words. I'll give you that. Damn right I'll give you that. That's on that phone. Yeah. Politics is not simple. Whoa! Road? What road? That's a lot of smoke. There is no road behind him. It's a wall. I might have to take a slight pause on stream here because I need to use the restroom. So I'm going to mute myself and do so. Okay. That's the wrong one. Okay.
What you do, you help. Like, this is kind of what I tell people when they, when they listen to the Daily Beans. It's like, I'm here to try to filter this fire hose for you a little bit so it doesn't hit you straight on. I'm kind of standing in between you and the fire hose, and also here to make you feel not so alone, and to assure you that you, even if they're trying to isolate you, that you aren't crazy for thinking this way and feeling this way, that you're not alone. And those are some of the most important things, I think, that you do here on the Politics Girl podcast. So thank you for having me on.
No, thank you. And honestly, I think that's true. We need people who aggregate information, who take the hits, who go and look for the stuff, and then say, what is it that people really need to know? What are the takeaways here? Because otherwise it's too much. There's too much out there, right? I mean, we were talking about this fire hose situation. I mean, this is a tactic. It's an actual way of doing things. Steve Bannon calls it flooding the zone. Naomi Klein, who's an author, calls it the shock doctrine. Stephen Miller is calling it shock and awe. But to be clear, it's the same thing. It's a deliberate strategy to get just a ridiculous amount of stuff, from completely dismantling our government institutions to looting our agencies to just basically use chaos and crisis to push through these giant radical changes. So people are just too disoriented to notice. They can't effectively resist. And we have to be really clear to people that none of this is politics as usual. No. It is a strategic exploitation of our limits.
100%.
Strategic exploitation of our limits.
No, 100%. And just trying to think back to last week, I think one of the main things that you and I were talking about was this sort of slow dismantling of our institutions, but also that in the middle of the night, he tried to seize the power of the purse. He tried to seize Congress's one main thing that they do, appropriations. And since then, we've had a restraining order go out against. We had to get a restraining order against the president, for seizing Congress's powers, for overstepping his constitutional bounds.
We had to get a restraining order against our felon adjudicated rape criminal president. It's actually in line with what we elected. Listen,
a lot of us have restraining orders on our exes.
Oh shit! You gotta laugh so you don't cry. I was saying to you this morning that my voice was really raspy, and I was like, "I've become a revolutionary. Here's where I am now, Allison." This is what's happening now. When we chatted on Friday, just to trigger your mind, the big story was exactly what you're saying, this OPM memo, which was essentially Trump signing an executive order to freeze trillions of dollars of congressionally approved funding, so he could kind of personally decide if he thought those people or those agencies deserved it, which he absolutely had no authority to do. And it was a big deal, an impeachment level big deal.
We impeached him for it before when he stopped aid going to Ukraine, and that was just $468 million.
Yeah.
One thing. This is the government entire and trillions of dollars, 6 trillion, 3 trillion, but a lot of money. But money I can't even wrap my head around how much money it is.
It sounds actually much.
And he also fired. Last week we were talking about how he fired a bunch of inspector generals whose entire job it is to make sure there's no government corruption or mismanagement, and the inspector generals were suing because they can't actually get fired that way. They need 30 days notice. They need a real reason that the president wants to fire them. But the bottom line is, it's very clear that Donald Trump doesn't want anyone watching what he does. He doesn't want anyone, noticing he's lying or cheating or stealing, and he's trying to get rid of the watchdogs, right? And those two things alone, the inspector generals and the memo freezing trillions of dollars of money, those things alone were 5 alarm fires that you were discussing on Friday. I'm not even mentioning the mass immigrant roundups for.
She's right though. Stuff's no joke. It's no small bean. lot of people don't get it.
First commercial airline crash in 16 years that happened in DC, or the plane crash in a residential Philadelphia neighborhood the next day, or Trump gutting the aviation industry and putting some Yahoo in charge of our military, or allowing Elon to force the head of the FAA to resign. That was also what we discussed on Friday. And we got to the point after all of those things where we were like, yeah, we got to move on. Like, that's the problem with this president. He's doing so much at once that you're like, that is all horrible and impeachable and like illegal. And yet, we have to talk about other things.
Right, which is why we had to reconvene. And, you know, back in his first term, like I said, he had that one impoundment against Ukraine. We impeached him for it. He also fired 5 inspectors general during his first term, and everybody was like, what? And now it's 20. It's all of them except for Horowitz, who wrote a report against Comey, right? And Kufari, who should have been fired from his position by Joe Biden, but probably would have been brought back by Trump anyway. The DHS Inspector General, the one that withheld the information from Congress that all of the text messages from January 6th Secret Service agents had been missing. and lied
you're going through what you want to go out.
And everybody was like begging Joe Biden to fire that guy. So yeah, now we've got 20 of those, and we've got the dismantling of people watching him, which kind of leads us to why we had to come back and talk about this, because just hours after we spoke,
It's going
not
NASCAR.
only has he fired all the inspectors general, but he's dismantling the federal law enforcement in our country, the FBI and the Department of Justice, completely purging it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to get to that because that's astounding. But for me, it's not the lead story. How is it? It's not the lead story. I'm going to talk first as what I think is the lead story is Friday night.
Is it the Treasury thing?
Yes. I can't take it. I mean, listen, Friday night, if those of you who don't know, Friday night came and we found out that Elon Musk and his staff have been caught plugging in their hard drives inside the Office of Personal Management, which is basically the government's HR department, the Treasury Department, which is literally where all of our money, all of our Social Security, all of our bank accounts are stored, and the General Services Administration. So after the head of the Treasury stood in Elon's way of accessing all of our personal information, he was forced to resign, which gave Elon access to the systems managing the flow of more than $6 trillion annually. And he and his, honest-to-God, teenage acolytes, these people are 12 years old and they're all Elon stans, started downloading them onto their own servers. This is information, like, for programs for Social Security.
Okay, I'm not liking a little bit of hype boil there. These are all 12-year-olds. I'm just like, okay, pretty sure that's just it. Come on now. Young, I get it. But sit there and say they're all 12-year-olds. Man, that's pushing it. Don't give me reporting that's not legit.
And Medicare. At the OPM, they were accessing systems, including the Enterprise Human Resources Integration System, which is like a huge national database that contains sensitive information for millions of government employees, like their dates of birth and their social security numbers and their performance appraisals and home addresses and pay grades and length of service, all this stuff that they had no business getting. And then when government employees at that office started speaking out and saying, like, yo, what's he doing? He's not allowed to do this. Musk's aides locked them out of their own computer systems and their offices and started rooting around in their stuff. They had like sofa beds against the door and they were stopping them from even coming into the rooms.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely frightening. I know I did an interview with somebody who had looked up the public-facing DNS server subdomains for opm.gov and got like, I did this all on my Substack. I interviewed this guy and wrote it all up. But got like, this was like early on sleuthing, just in the middle of last week. I mean, this is how fast all of this happened. And 100 subdomains, and then came back 12 hours later, and about 400 of them had been redacted. So they found out nobody was looking. The whole night, those subdomains were available for public view because they had been uploaded to the cloud and started being manipulated, including an hr@opm.gov email address.
Oh, no.
It says, do not open, do not click on links. This comes from outside the agency, from outside the government. it's absolutely horrifying and frightening. And then to see that develop into, they did the same thing at Treasury. And now everybody knows, you get one of those checks with the little pink and green and the Statue of Liberty and it says United States Treasury on it. You're getting a tax refund, or you're getting a stimulus check, or you're getting paid by the government, or you're in the military, you're getting paid, or you're getting your disability check.
Or you're a veteran, right?
Yeah.
Right. I've got so many Treasury checks from either being paid for being in the military, being paid for working for the VA, getting all my tax returns that way. They now have all of, if you've ever gotten a Treasury check, they now have all of your information.
Yeah, fuck.
Business taxes is always so long.
For an understanding, for those of you here in America, anyone who got the stimulus checks, myself included, your information now belongs to you all. For anyone on disability or retirement or veteran status, pension, retirement, however you want to look at it, if you haven't moved since the last time you had got your pay, they know where you are. And can come get you. Or should I say us? I thought there was something fishy about those stimulus checks. All I had was a feeling, nothing more. So I didn't say nothing. Well, I mean, I did in my own private space, but at the same time, I made it clear that I needed the money. Something sounded wrong, but I needed the money. I had a son on the way. Ye fucking hi, y'all. So if you receive government payments of any form, you're on a list. Yeah, it's not a Democrats list. That's not good. That's not good at all. That's quite literally, we go at storage and I bring the freaking 9 back with me. Not good. I would hate to use it in this space. You know, pretty damn accurate shot, but there's such thing as full penetration when it comes to rounds, and collateral damage is not something I accept. Not when it comes to the light. And the worst part is I'd be shot back at. And I can't guarantee the accuracy of what's shooting at me. It means a lot more collateral damage. Which would also mean if it had to be done, it would have to be done right.
All of your information.
Yeah, it's a full reach of government, and as I said on my Sunday night rant, the richest man in the world is stealing from you, right? Like, show me another foreign national with deep ties to China and Russia who supports the neo-Nazi party in Germany, who could just waltz into these government departments, lock government workers out of their own computers and buildings, and download our most personal information, right? Just willy-nilly. Like, he would be arrested in minutes. Any other person would be arrested in the minutes. The fact that this man is able to rob us blind of our information and God knows what he's going to do with it, and he's just allowed to do that? No, he's not.
This shit's happening, people. I'm not trying to pull an I told you so. But this looks an awful lot like Project 2025. And if you don't believe me, go fucking look it up. And see just how much an awful lot looks like. Please.
Not allowed to do that. In fact, a private individual with access to our Social Security information alone violates the data privacy laws in every state in this nation. And in fact, all 50 AGs should be filing criminal charges immediately because this should never have been allowed.
Alright, Gage. Take it easy, my friend.
And I think it's important to acknowledge that Americans' data has been compromised, right? Like, you're talking about if you are any government worker, if you have ever received a stimulus check, if you have ever received a check from the government, they have your information. This is all of our information. And we were concerned about, oh, TikTok might know your email address. It's like, this is our social security numbers, our banking information, our income tax returns, our tax ID numbers. We've been robbed, and our own president opened the door to the thief, right? Like, this is not something we should be like, oh, well, this just happens in government. It does not happen. What we have is an
No. He didn't open the door for the thief. He opened the door, turned off the security system, removed the laser sensors and the cameras. If you're going to use the expression, do it right.
elected billionaire, now with the potential ability to have complete control over our nation's money, and that is our tax dollars, our social security payments, the money we use for everything, right? From building
I mean, case in point, the workers were in the building and watching their shit being got into. No, dude. Trump facilitated it. He didn't just make it as a possibility to happen. He made it to where it 100% was set to where it could happen. And this is part of the plan that's laid out in Project 2025. No, Trump has nothing to do with it. He said it multiple times. Guess what? He lied again. Big surprise.
Highways and bridges to making sure we're safe in planes, make sure our banks are safe, right? This is the money that funds medical research and universities and stops terrorist attacks and prosecutes criminals. The authoritarian expert Ruth Ben-Ghiat called what Musk was doing a national emergency. So we can't pretend that this isn't a big deal. We can't. We couldn't even put up the pod we recorded. We were like, we have to talk about this right now so people understand what's going on.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. And I know we're going to talk in a minute about walking out our federal law.
Mind you, this is recorded yesterday, as in the podcast / video on YouTube we're watching. So, yeah. I don't know how to get through to a lot of people that this is no joke, this is no game. You're not being told bullshit by the left. And I hate to be the one to tell you that. It's not just fucking hyperboil. I really don't care for a lot of the left. I don't. But they're making a lot more fucking sense than y'all over on the right are. A lot more bloody sense. Y'all aren't this stupid. But you're sure acting it.
Enforcement, the people who would be holding him accountable for this. But here's where I've got like a little kind of sliver of hope. None of us kind of expect the new Department of Justice or the FBI to do anything. But what he's doing to the FBI and the Department of Justice is really upsetting a lot of people who might have voted for this regime. Is the only way I can think to put it. So it'll be interesting. We have a lot of people digging in. Driscoll and Dennehy in New York, FBI, like what's left of the top FBI people, really upset about what's going on at their agency.
Okay, well, let's talk about that because you know these people well. Okay, so like what Allison is talking about is over the weekend, Trump also did a huge purge of the FBI and the Justice Department. Both organizations, to be clear, are set up to be non-political, right? These are career law enforcement officers, all of whom have worked under multiple administrations, Republican and Democrat. These are not political appointees, right? And yet the administration has forced out all 6 of the FBI's most senior executives, multiple heads of various FBI field offices across the country, including the high-profile leader of the Washington, D.C. field office that was involved in the prosecutions of President Donald Trump. They fired at least 24 federal prosecutors who conducted the criminal investigations of the January 6th rioters, which, to be clear, was their job, right? So would you call this a hostile takeover of federal law enforcement?
It absolutely is. And I think anybody who kind of really understands what's happening, it's not just a dismantling and a firing of agents or prosecutors or lawyers.
You may think that an adult they can't stop watching TV where it looks something like this, but this is what they really look like. This is me at age 21, and what I'm actually doing in this picture is lying to my wife and around 300 friends and family members, acting like a man of integrity while I hid my secret life of lust. This is me at age 23, and what I'm doing in this picture is lying to all my social media friends, showing how great my life is while on the inside I'm filled with guilt and shame.
I'm going to be quite literal here. This doesn't have to do with the news, but this dumbass, what he was hiding, the fact that you're hiding it means you don't have integrity. I don't know why this needs to be said to people, but if you are hiding something about yourself like that, you lack integrity. You don't have it. You need it. And bullshit like this is how we get a bunch of these fucking young ass Trump supporters. Y'all don't know what integrity is. Maybe y'all need to look it up.
About my secrets. Here's a picture at age 24 holding
Or lawyers. It's completely shutting down our premier federal law enforcement agency. It's meant to, you and I have talked about this a lot, about the slow pace of the January 6th investigation, and a lot of that was caused by FBI people, right, and holdovers at the FBI from the Trump administration, and how a lot of people in the FBI were really kind of gun-shy about it going investigating Donald Trump and investigating people in power because of what happened during the Mueller investigation. If you remember, a lot of FBI agents who worked on the Mueller investigation, Pete Strzok, Andy McCabe, all Jim Comey, Jim Baker, they all got retaliated against. And so the whole of the FBI was like, we don't want to...
Okay, see, and that's the thing. People didn't realize they got retaliated against. That's something that's been left out by even independent media sources. That's news to me. I know people like McConnell and Pence got retaliated against. And that's not a surprise. But these others had no clue.
Do a no-knock raid on Mar-a-Lago. Can we do a subpoena instead? And let's not break down that locked door, and maybe we don't wear our FBI jackets, and we should call them ahead of time. Maybe we shouldn't subpoena the Willards for the war room stuff. Like, they were very trepidatious. But now, picture it now, and that was just from what the Mueller report did, and the Mueller investigation did. Picture it now after the January 6th investigation, and especially after walking all of these agents out of the Department of Justice and the FBI. We're talking a half to a third of the entire FBI. Because it wasn't just about who investigated Trump, it was anyone now who had anything to do with any January 6th case. You are not only firing a bunch of agents that maybe could be replaced later, but you are telling the FBI and the Department of Justice for the next 50 years, don't ever investigate anyone in this administration or in any any related administration. But I'm holding out hope that they are so mad now at the FBI and the Department of Justice. Like, maybe they'll show up at that OPM office where the couches are blocking the door and arrest Elon Musk. He's not.
You want
He has to work
food?
for the government.
You want wet food?
Beginning of the year is the perfect time to get
Okay, hold
organized,
on.
set goals, and
Let me
prioritize what matters
Finish my
most.
cigarette.
With the chaos
get
that's
everybody
happening
breakfast.
around us, one of my top priorities is going to be our financial wellness. And one of the ways to get a hold on that is by
You can
using
come out too, boo-boo.
Rocket Money is a
You know,
personal
stop
finance
back there.
app that
You keeping
helps
yourself back there.
cancel unwanted
You come out
subscriptions,
anytime.
monitors your spending,
You
and
come
helps
on,
lower
boo.
your bills so you can grow your savings. Rocket Money shows you all of your subscriptions in one place and helps easily cancel the ones you forgot you were paying for. Rocket Money also pulls together all of your spending across different accounts so you can clearly track your habits and see where you can cut back. The new Goals feature automatically saves money for you, so you don't even have to think about it. Pay off credit card debt, put away money for a house, or just build your savings. Rocket Money makes it easy. Rocket Money will even try to negotiate lower bills for you. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save, and then you can ask them to negotiate for you.
No, I can't skip this because it's part of the show.
You don't have to. A lot of people could use this service, which is probably why Rocket Money has over 5 million users and saved a total of $500
Always good time for
in
questions.
subscriptions, saving
Most of the
members
channels,
up to
or most of
$740
the
a year
recordings have
when
these
using
moments.
all of the app's premium features. So cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster
It's
with
basically
Rocket
an
Money.
intermission for us.
RocketMoney.com/politicsgirl today.
A chance for me to
That's
interact with the animal and
RocketMoney.com
make sure they got what they need.
RocketMoney.com/politicsgirl.
Hi, I'm Blake, founder of
A few minutes after I get them all fed, I'll have to take 6 canines for a jump to go booty. So, at that point in time, there will be a pause in the stream itself. So, if you didn't want to miss anything, period, even during your missions, there will be an opportunity to still take a break, go to the restroom, and whatnot without me having to run and do so and you going, okay, how long is he gonna do? How long is he gonna be?
You have stuff you need to read, and we read to you. Instantly. Take a picture of the book. It reads.
Monday, October 9th, 1933.
PDF. It reads.
When Joseph came home, they brought him a
/politicsgirl. RocketMoney.com/politicsgirl. Are you frustrated with your current skincare routine and tired that you rarely see lasting results? That's where today's sponsor, OneSkin, comes in.
These sponsors don't have anything to do with me, to be clear.
Investors Month. I would like to
Part of the
highlight
reason why it's
OneSkin's
kind of an intermission time.
female scientists who developed a whole new approach to skincare, starting at the cellular level. Their proprietary OS1 peptide is the first peptide scientifically proven to reverse skin aging by switching off the dysfunctional sentient cells that cause lines, wrinkles, and crepey skin. OS1 is in all of OneSkin's topical supplements, from their flagship
There's a few people that out there on
to the sunscreen
YouTube and Twitch that use OMG,
cellular aging, which is the product that I use the most. At the end
I highly
of the
doubt
day,
they're going to be the ones to be able to
skin
claim it
is
first.
most linked to visible signs of aging. I've
been
care of
OMG for 12
OneSkin
years.
first, so I can get it on my hands when I'm in the car. Our hands have such a way of
Well,
aging us
more
that I
than
want
that.
to make sure that every time I'm driving, I put sunscreen on them and my arms. OneSkin was founded in 2016 by an all-women team of scientists with PhDs in skin regeneration, stem
That
cell
was on
biology, immunology, and bioinformatics. They run their R&D process completely in-house, adhering to the
shit,
science of
it's
the
own
method
eye.
from start to finish. Every claim they make is based on lab and clinical studies that show the OS1 peptide works at the cellular level to improve key aging biomarkers while reducing the visible signs of aging. OneSkin believes the purpose of skincare is not just to improve how you look, but to optimize your skin biology at the cellular level, so your skin is more resilient to the aging process in general. Founded and led by an all-woman team of skin longevity scientists,
I
OneSkin
love the
is
fact that it's an all-woman
redefining the
team.
aging process
Don't get me wrong.
with their proprietary OS1 peptide, the first ingredient proven to help skin look, feel, and behave like its younger self.
Are you getting the anti back here, McMahon?
For the code politicsgirl at oneskin.co. That's 15% off at
Yeah, I made sure you got your spot.
Code politicsgirl. And after you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. Please support the show and tell them that we sent you.
You want to move it?
Invest in the health and longevity
She's like, you know, I see my reflection.
OneSkin. Your future self will thank you.
Like maybe they'll show up at that OPM office where they're blocking the door and arrest Elon Musk. He doesn't work for the government.
It's just such a blatant abuse of power. Like, to use the presidential office, to use the executive branch of the government like this, it feels like it's just going completely unchecked. You know, as someone wrote online, it's a disgrace that Americans have been promised a country with checks and balances. We've been told this our whole life. There are constitutional powers, there are checks and balances. And what we're watching is the complete dismantling of that in front of our eyes. There was one FBI agent who said, this is a massacre. And attempt to chill our efforts to fight crime without fear or favor. And Jamie Raskin, who's a Democratic representative in Congress, said Trump's outrageous attack on the DOJ and FBI is a clear danger to public safety and a wrecking ball swinging at the rule of law itself. And I think that's what we really need to acknowledge.
Okay.
Yeah, no, 100%. This isn't just, people don't, and I was kind of recording the Unjustified podcast with Andy McCabe when I got the text message from somebody inside the FBI that says 88 agents were just walked out of the Washington field office. And to see Andy McCabe, first of all, react to all of this and this massive purge in real time was really something else.
And tell people who don't know who Andy McCabe might be, tell them why he would react that way, why this matters to him.
Andy McCabe started as a field agent and then worked in New York and worked his way up to D.C. and became head of the Washington field office and then became deputy director of the FBI. And then when Comey was fired by Donald Trump, Andrew McCabe became the acting director of the FBI.
So him witnessing them, like, walking a bunch of, if you picture a bunch of FBI agents holding, brown boxes with their stuff in it, and being, like, walked out of the FBI because they've all lost their jobs because they have the audacity to do their jobs, is shocking, especially to someone who knows this business so well, who has run this business.
I mean, he's like, if you think of the kid who's 17 and joins the army as a private, nobody, like, no job, eventually becomes
come on.
a 4-star general. That's what
New York.
And he was heartbroken to see and to be continuing to see what is happening at that agency. Here's what Andy kind of reminded us of. This is the point that I was getting at. These agents don't raise their hand and say, I want to work on the Donald Trump case, put me on the documents case, I want to work on the January 6th riot case. They're assigned these cases. And this is actually, despite what Donald Trump says, a very conservative agency. So there were probably more Republicans than not.
Yeah, no, we need to be clear that, as far as I understand, a Democrat has never run the FBI. In America's history, FBI has always been run by someone that would be considered a conservative Republican.
Yeah, and so, I don't know if Andy McCabe, I don't even know what his politics are. I mean, that's how he is, right? He just happens to be on the side that's not, the Nazi takeover, which most Republicans that used to be Republicans are as well. Bob Mueller, super Republican, uber Republican, right? But investigating Trump. Regardless, they don't pick these assignments. And so my last little shred of hope is that there's somebody, FBI, somebody DOJ, that's like, what Elon Musk is doing is 100% illegal, and he should be immediately arrested. And I'm hoping somebody at the FBI has the intestinal fortitude, as they call it, to get that done, to do that. But what Donald Trump has done with the FBI is to try to ensure that nobody is willing to stick their neck out like that.
Yeah.
How to change the way you pizza. Step 1, grab a delicious Papa Murphy's pizza. Step 2,
that.
Yeah. I mean, listen,
and if you don't really believe that, look and think of what they've done to people who did. Right, like they were saying. Hell, think of what Jack Smith is going through now. That's a damn good example.
It's just so astounding. We were talking on Friday about them trying to freeze our money. And they have no right to do that, no constitutional right to do that, no authority to do that, but they were stopped. So then they went right to the source. They went to the U.S. Treasury, which is essentially the country's bank account. It's how we pay for things, right? So instead of freezing the money, they went to the money. And when the person in charge said, you can't be here, like, you have no access here, you have no business being here, he was forced to resign. The same way the head of the FAA was forced to resign, right? Because Elon didn't like him, and then how many planes have gone down in a week, right? Like 6. So I think the bottom line is access to our federal payment systems have historically been closed and closely held by a very few people because it includes such sensitive personnel information about millions of Americans. And as someone tweeted recently, they were like, so I'm sorry, is it going to be like your tax refund has been delayed because it appears that you posted something derogatory about Elon Musk on X. You know what I mean? Like, this is what is possible now. And no one knows what level of security these new servers even have. We could have just opened up this entire database to hackers that could sell our information to China. Elon could just give the information to China. Everything about what Elon and Donald and the Republicans have allowed right now is completely reckless. And so far, there's zero accountability.
Well, that's the most frightening thing, right? Is because you and I've long said it's hard to imagine what Donald Trump is going to do next, or somebody like Elon Musk is going to do next, because we don't have cold, dead, blackened hearts and evil souls. So I'm trying to sit here and wrap my head around.
You want to know if we can figure out what they'll do next? People like me. And then it's not because of blackened soul or anything, but because we've seen it. We've seen that behavior. We know what it is. We can identify it just by watching it. Here's a trick so many Trump supporter. When they say he's unpredictable, no. He is extremely predictable. He is so predictable, it's casebook. Come here. Come here. Let me get the fuzzy little monster. And don't want your food. It's going to get the fuzzy that's hanging out so you don't have to eat it.
What this could mean for us, for
One sister's done
a
eating.
billionaire Nazi, for all intents and purposes, fellow who likes to do Nazi salutes, if that's how somebody would rather say it, has all of our private data and information and banking information, and what he could do with that. I mean, I think back to Cambridge Analytica and psychographic targeting.
Which, if you don't remember what Alison's talking about, that was the programs that were used and the company that used to mine our data before the 2016 election and allowed Russian infiltration to kind of target market us to make sure we were voting for Donald Trump because they knew what we liked, who we were, that kind of thing.
Or that we wouldn't vote for Hillary because of Bernie or because of, whatever.
Yeah.
Psychographic targeting. But they could use it for that. They could sell, this information is priceless. And he could sell it to Mohammed Bonesaw, his buddies over, and I'm trying to wrap my head around what this could mean. I put out a post after he hijacked the Treasury, and I said, look, I will never just stop podcasting without telling you ahead of time. So if I stop podcasting, it's not because I decided to, it's because somebody stopped me from doing it. And everyone's like, well, that's a cryptic, scary post. And I'm like, it's kind of a cryptic, scary time. I do so much to keep my identity safe, and I was generally feeling pretty good about it until the Treasury was hijacked. So, I'm like, I feel like we're all just kind of out there, completely exposed to really, really bad guys. Like, I don't know how to boil it down and simplify it, but I also can't wrap my brain around the possibilities of what they could do with that information.
Yeah, it's like living through a Jason Bourne or like a James Bond.
You can't wrap your brain around the possibilities? I can. And let me tell you, most of them are not good. I can't think of any reason that someone who has bought anyone's personal information is going to do something good with it. Let's just be clear. I don't think someone's going to buy your personal information and give you a bunch of money for no reason. Or give you a business for no reason. Nuh-uh. Don't even, young man. You let her pass and you don't even start shit. Go ahead, Dublin. It's okay, Dub Dub. Stay. Go ahead, Dublin. It's okay. You're not going to harass the kitty. The kitty's trying not to bother you. You're not going to be a butt. You got me, young man?
Movie, or like, Tom Cruise should be running very, very fast to stop them from getting this information, and they all failed. You know what I mean? Like, he has the information. Now, I mean, you and I, look, we've been very critical of the Democrats and the opposition.
I'm sorry, but that one wasn't supposed to actually go off.
Them aren't acting like it, and it's infuriating. But the only people that can really stop this very terrible behavior, which I think realistically should be referred to as a coup, are Republican politicians, because they're the ones in charge. Democrats can complain, they can draw attention to the crimes, they should be screaming from the rooftops about everything that is illegal and all of these behaviors, about Donald Trump's completely incompetent cabinet that he's surrounding himself with. I don't know why most, more of them are not doing that, but that's their job. Okay. At this point, it's up to the Republicans who are in power to shut this absolute dismantling of our institutions and democracy and rule of law down. And they're not doing it.
I got cheaper from CD keys.
I got cheaper from CD keys.
I got cheap CD keys.
Absolute dismantling of our institutions and democracy and rule of law down. And they're not doing it.
Well, because they want the government dismantled. I mean, do you remember what was it, Grover Norquist promise about?
I love that you're saying, do I remember the Grover Norquist promise? No, Allison, I don't remember the Grover Norquist. Tell us about it. Remember the Grover, no, I do not.
Tell me, it's to shrink government down so you can drown it in the bathtub. So this has been a long Republican dream. I don't know that they wanted Elon Musk to hijack the Treasury, or they wanted half of the FBI, which is a conservative. By the way, the rest of the half of the FBI, from all of the people who are talking to me, I've been talking to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of federal workers about what's going on inside. And apparently who's left, the people left at the FBI, are being trained by ICE agents to go to the border as part of mass deportation. So that's what they want to do with the rest of the remaining FBI.
So if you are a child trafficker or a sex trafficker or any other terrorist, now's your time. Maybe they're not looking for you. And that puts us entirely in danger. Yeah.
The Joint Terrorism Task Force, which was what Andy McCabe used to do, like Boston Marathon bombing and 9/11, that's gone. They've all sent them to the sanctuary city borders trading or whatever so that they can help ICE round up
mothers and toddlers.
Yeah. Like, it's the complete dismantling of law enforcement in our country. One of the things that makes or made the United States and America what it is as a country, as an independent law enforcement, a part of it, that's a pillar of democracy.
Yeah.
And now we've got him, one of our other pillars of democracy, the free press. They're moving the New York Times and NPR and out of their Pentagon offices and replacing them with Breitbart and OAN. Like, this is happening. This dismantling of democracy. The fascist regime is here. It's taking over. And I'm scared for what they're going to do with our data.
Can't blame you.
And in case you don't know what Allison was talking about there, the Pentagon Press Association has kicked the following publications out of the Pentagon Press Corps: the New York Times, NBC News, National Public Radio, Politico, and they're going to replace them with the New York Post, One American News, Breitbart, and the Huffington Post. The FCC is currently coming after NPR and PBS, so we can't even get the right news.
Okay. For those who don't know, the Huffington Post is not news. You might as well be watching Fox Entertainment News. It's not news. It's entertainment. Oh, God. A number of times I've seen Huffington Post articles that I was able to disprove with one quick Google search. And this is supposed to be a national news broadcaster now? A federal news broadcaster? No. Excuse me, no. You can't count on shit. Not from them.
It's not skewed by the administration at this point. This is like full authoritarian behavior. Take over the press, make sure that people can't get the information, make sure that we're only getting the propaganda they want us to get. It's just so incredibly dangerous. And look, like I was saying in one of my rants this week, it doesn't matter who you voted for, right? You didn't vote for this. This is not what they said they were going to do. Dismantle the government, dismantle law enforcement, absorb Canada, annex Canada, ta-ta.
And for real, that's not what they said to you guys. They did not tell you guys you were going to have that they were going to do all this. What they told you guys, you can't blame you for. Lower grocery prices, lower fuel prices. We all want that. All of us. Better working wages. We want that. All of us. This is not the way you're going to get it. You're going to get exactly the opposite. And the sooner you see through it, the better it's going to be for us all.
Panama, send troops to Panama. We didn't vote for this. What we're seeing right now is a hostile takeover of the United States, and we need to acknowledge that, because if you're just a regular citizen right now, you count on VA benefits, you count on your Social Security check, you count on unemployment benefits or disability or Medicare or Medicaid, grants to run your business, or just law enforcement looking out for terrorists that might blow up buildings near you. We just want a functioning government that isn't completely gutted or now apparently dead broke because we opened the vault to a bunch of thieves. And people should be outraged about this. They should be calling their state AGs and their federal senators and their congressperson to ask what they're doing about all of this, because this week has been absolutely bananas. Like, you and I have only talked about a couple of things. Like, on top of all of this, Trump is threatening this trade war, okay, with two of our biggest trading partners and allies, Canada and Mexico, with 25% tariffs on all imports, 10% tariffs on Canadian oil and gas, 10% tariffs on Chinese goods. This is a huge deal in itself, right? This is a huge deal in itself that could absolutely decimate our economy. I will say it was supposed to start on Saturday, February 1st, and now, as I understand it, it's going to start on Tuesday, February 4th. But both other North American countries, Canada and Mexico, were very forceful in their opposition, and they promised retaliatory tariffs on American products, as did China. I don't know if this is going to happen. I think it will, but if it does happen, it will be as the very...
Yeah, it's not... Is it going to happen? It's already happening. Anything red state made, Canada ain't even got it on the shelves. I mean, for real. You can still find Canadian whiskeys and blue state American whiskeys. Not red state. Canada's making it clear. We're pissed off at you in the red states who voted for Trump. You're sick of this piece of shit on us trying to screw us over? Well, fuck you too. Why do y'all think Canada has a reputation of being a little twisted? They're being nice. Y'all need to realize Canada is being extremely kind right now. We don't need to push them to the point that they stop being kind. Because when the kindness and courtesy stops, the madness begins. And they won't play nice. And they will be targeted. They will be methodical about the way they do shit. Just like they are now. Y'all don't want to fuck with Canada. For real. You don't want to play that game. There's somebody who's going to be able to say the same about Mexico. I could see it. But I know 100% you don't want to fuck with Canada. There's a reason the saying's been around for a long time. Once Canada stops being nice, run. And we're trying their patience. Can we please stop? Or how about not? Can we not poke the great big polar bear in the north? We don't need that. None of us. Not even Trump supporters need that. As a matter of fact, y'all most don't need that. That ain't the one you want. How else can I put this? Yo, homie, yeah, you a regular ass, and that's a badass. It ain't gonna happen the way you think it's gonna happen. I am now the person on the sideline sitting here going, don't do it. You're not going to win. As a matter of fact, you're going to come back beating the hell the fuck up. And in so many colors, black and blue, and yeah, trust me, you don't want to do it. Y'all in the South thought us Yanks were bad? Don't fuck with the Canucks. For real, don't fuck with the Canucks. Don't do it. Save yourself, don't do it.
Conservative Rupert Murdoch-owned Wall Street Journal said the dumbest trade war in history because America will be tanking 3 economies for what feels like absolutely no reason. And this president who ran on lowering costs of everything from groceries to gas is going to immediately make everything ludicrously more expensive and alienate our closest neighbors and allies. This episode of the Politics Girl podcast is brought to you by Wild Grain. Wild Grain is the first baked from frozen subscription box for artisanal breads, pastries, and pastas. Wild Grain boxes are fully customizable to your taste and dietary restrictions. And in addition to their classic variety box, which my family gets, they've also launched a new gluten-free box and a plant-based box that is 100% vegan. I love the idea of having fresh baked bread ready to go in under 25 minutes. I like the sourdough bread and the baguettes. I like the cookies, and it's really nice to have some fresh pastries to bake on the weekend. Are you ready to have your favorite carbs delivered right to your doorstep? Be sure to check out Wild Grain so you can begin building your own box of artisanal breads, pastas, and pastries. For a limited time, Wild Grain is offering our listeners $30 off the first box plus free croissants in every box when you go to wildgrain.com/politicsgirl to start a subscription. Yep, you heard me. That's free croissants and $30 off your first box when you go to wildgrain.com/politicsgirl. That's wildgrain.com/politicsgirl. Or you can use the promo code politicsgirl.
Talking to you, not her.
I'll be honest. The more we move into this administration, the more afraid I am of being harassed or stalked or doxxed. The world has just become so harsh, and I put myself out there all the time. But what I don't deliberately put out is all of my personal information. Have you ever wondered how much of your personal data is out there on the internet for everyone to see? Well, it's more than you think. And it's not just your name and contact information. It can be your social security number, even your home address or your information about your family members. And those things are constantly being compiled by data brokers and then sold online. Data brokers make profit off our data because our data is a commodity. Anyone on the web can buy our private details, which can lead to identity theft, phishing attempts, harassment, and unwanted spam calls. I'm sure you recently heard about all of our social security numbers getting compromised. This is terrible, which is why we want to do everything we can to protect our privacy with a service like Delete Me. Delete Me is a subscription service that removes our personal information from hundreds of data brokers. When you sign up, you provide Delete Me with the exact information you want deleted, and their experts take it from there. Delete Me sends you regular, personalized privacy reports showing what information they found, where they found it, and what they removed. Delete Me isn't just a one-time service. They are always working for you, constantly monitoring and removing the personal information you don't want out on the internet. To put it simply, Delete Me does all the hard work of wiping you and your family's personal information from data broker websites. So take control of your data and keep your private life private by signing up for Delete Me, now at a special discount for our listeners. Today, get 20% off your Delete Me plan by texting Politics Girl to 64,000. Text Politics Girl to 64000. That's Politics Girl, all one word, to 64,000. This president, who ran on lowering costs of everything from groceries to gas, is going to immediately make everything ludicrously more expensive and alienate our closest neighbors and allies.
Yeah, he's even kind of admitted it. He, in a Truth Social post, he's like, oh yeah, there's probably going to be a little pain at first, which we kind of heard right before the election from Elon Musk a little bit as well. Oh, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt for a minute. But then, it's for the better. It's for your own good type of a, situation.
Yeah, like I didn't see him running on you're going to be in pain for a while. I know Elon said it. He said regular Americans are going to feel some suffering. But no one was taking Elon seriously because no one knew he'd be like taking over the entire government. But like you said, Trump himself just said that. There's going to be some suffering. There's going to be some pain for Americans. Like he didn't run on pain for Americans. He ran on fixing everything for Americans, right? And now he's saying maybe Canada should just get annexed, and then they wouldn't have to do this. And these are not things that the President of the United States should just be throwing around.
Are you a student trying to balance college and filing your taxes? Let's make it simpler for you with free tax.
Well, and that's what I had said before. I said, look, when he was talking about Greenland and Panama and Canada being a state and joking, and people thought he was joking when he was calling Trudeau a governor of the great state of Canada, of the United States. And I said, look, he's going to use economic power to try to force Denmark to sell Greenland, to try to force Canada to become the 51st state, to try to force Panama to hand over control of the Panama Canal. Well, what are you going to send the military? And I'm like, I don't think he has to. He can just, economically, the United States has a lot of power. But in the meantime, it hurts Americans.
These three nations are a catastrophic decision. I mean, a live update just came in that Mexico has reached a deal with the U.S. to delay Trump's tariffs. President Trump said he would pause the tariffs on Mexico for a month, but the levies on Canada and China were still set to take effect on Tuesday. The U.S. shares fell at the opening bell. The stock market is dropping, and there were drops in the Asian and European market because people are feeling this trade war. Like, this is so serious. Like, listen, we get 40% of all of our goods in this country from China, Canada, and Mexico, right? 60% of our produce comes from Mexico, so I guess they've made some sort of a deal with that. But most of our lumber, our milk, comes from Canada. A lot of our cars are put together in Mexico. Our electronics, our chips that make our electronics and make our cars come from China. Like this idea that we're going to have to feel suffering and pain, it's just, this is ludicrous. It's, the whole thing is so stupid. I mean, you don't alienate your closest allies. Like, I cannot believe that there are Americans out here that are so dead set on supporting Trump that they're now like absolutely dissing Canada for no reason. It breaks my heart as a Canadian citizen. It breaks my heart growing up beside America and having them be our closest ally. It breaks my heart seeing, them refusing to sing the Canadian national anthem at American games and the Canadians booing the national anthem at Canadian games. It makes me so sad. Like, listen, Canada does border control. They give money to border control to the states to help with the border. They sent emergency personnel to help with our disasters. They held all the American planes during 9/11 and took care of those people in towns. They just sent down planes and firefighters to help with the California fires. They have fought alongside us in every war. To give Canada the finger like this, to give Mexico the finger like this, is so fucked up for our American president.
That's a
and
mistake.
we just signed a new trade agreement with them like 2 years ago. It's like nothing. Our word counts for nothing with this man as a leader, and that breaks my heart.
Oh yeah, it denigrates our prom.
Let me put it to you this way, especially on Canada's behalf. And I mean this with all due respect to Canada. But Canada is like your psychotic best friend. They'll do everything they can for you. As long as you don't treat them like shit. You treat them like shit? Can't guarantee how long they're gonna hold off the psychopathy. And it's not their fault. It's ours. Because we know this information. We know how Canada is. We're proud of how Canada is. Because I don't know if how many of you remember, but Canada kind of looked at America and said, "We can do it better, eh?" And they did. On every front. They're working with less workable land. And they're still kicking ass as a major economy in the world. So much so, one of the biggest economies in the world, America, relies on them as a trade partner. We're quite literally stabbing our psychotic best friend in the back. The one, when it comes down to brass tacks, they're there for you and fighting with you. This isn't the guy you stab in the back. Where's your honor? Where's your integrity? I mean, that is your right-hand man. Quite literally. Mexico being the left. What are we doing hurting these people? I mean, we're hurting ourselves in the process because we're being stupid, but besides that, what the fuck are we doing? We ain't got any reason to hurt these people. These people have been nothing but fucking awesome to us. I mean, honestly, we should be fucking ashamed. Why am I the voice of honor and integrity? Let's finish this up so I get these pups out.
That America makes around the world. It creates chaos, which is, I think part of the point. It's a feature and not a bug. And I stand with Canada. I actually love the fact that they're targeting goods and services in southern states and in red states, trying to limit the pain that Californians and New Yorkers and friends of Canada and supporters of Canada feel.
Yep.
And I mean, the thing that also really frightens me is that the people in charge, the Elon Musks and this cabinet that he's selected, are supposed to be the ones that are supposed to tell us how many jobs we've lost and how many people have died. And we're not going to get accurate reporting on that.
Nor do they care. The cabinet that he has put together has a collective worth of, I believe, $430 billion. These are not people that care about regular American lives. These are not people that are interested in how we suffer, how we feel, what we might want. And they're certainly not going to give us the right information. They're going to give us information that makes them look good. That's why we've put all the journalists out at the Pentagon and put all the propagandists in.
Who said you could ask me out? Do you even have an ability?
All the journalists out at the Pentagon and put all the propagandists in.
Yeah, and that's why we have to kind of watch the markets and watch what commerce does, watch what the business folks do, because they'll know if we've lost 250,000 jobs in January, and Trump says, we got 350,000 jobs, incredible, we added 350,000 jobs. The people with the money know what's really happening. Do you know what I mean? The people who it impacts, whose bottom line the shareholders are impacted by. And that's kind of where I'm going to be taking my cues from. And I know that the stock market is not the economy, but I just mean in broader terms, like, we will see, I think, business leaders and people in commerce stepping up and saying, no, we didn't get 300,000 jobs. We lost jobs. We don't know exactly how many, because I don't work at the Department of Labor.
Now, that is possible. I don't know how many are going to be willing to step up and say it, but there will be.
But those numbers are reported to the Department of Labor from elsewhere, right? They have to come from somewhere else. So hopefully someone else will be aggregating these real-time numbers, jobs, deaths from H1N1, things that Trump would otherwise lie about, or, you remember COVID, he wouldn't test, and he wouldn't let that cruise ship dock because he didn't want to add to his numbers of people who had COVID or whatever. So I'm going to be trying to find the real numbers and the real consequences of this administration somewhere else besides from this administration.
Yeah, and it's going to be a challenge. I mean, honestly, the CDC right now is getting the website of information on everything from airborne diseases to contraception information. 35 states right now are reporting a rise in flu and COVID.
For those who typically depend on the CDC for that kind of information, myself included, switch over to the WHO, the World Health Organization. It might be a little bit more broader information, but it'll give you better numbers than what you're going to get in the White House. It's going to be more accurate and based on science, not based on somebody's opinion.
19 and norovirus and RSV, but no one's telling us because the CDC and the NIH and the FDA, so our food, our medicines, our health, are no longer allowed to communicate with the public or with our doctors to tell us what's going on. Someone pointed out, and I think this is a very good point, like this, taking this information from us, from the CDC, from the NIH, from the FDA, is actually theft because the American taxpayers paid for this information, right? We paid to have these drugs found, researched and this information stored. I will tell people in a bit of good news, according to some experts, the data in a lot of these places has been backed up and archived by independent people that work at those agencies that knew that it couldn't be information that was lost. So federal workers are actually smarter than the directives that they were given. But like you said, this is what we're looking at right now. It's an untrustworthy government, a government that's not going to give us the proper information, a government that goes back on its word. I mean, if people haven't heard about this Panama thing, Panama is apparently bracing for war.
Let me be clear here. All of you who distrusted the government before Trump, I voted for Trump because of that reason. Congratulations! You made your greatest fear come to life. You want to help us fix it now? Or have you not realized that you're living a nightmare yet? One you're not going to wake up from. And I hope it's not because of death. Just to be clear, I don't wish that upon anybody.
Right? Our new Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is in their country talking about how we can annex or take back the Panama Canal, which is something we willingly gave the Panamanians in 1999. Panama is warning its people of a U.S. invasion, saying they're worried about mass casualties if the U.S. starts a war. And I'm like, if the U.S. starts a war, is this not the same guy who said there would be no new wars under him? He's literally getting into trade wars and threatening to invade our allies. He hasn't done anything about Ukraine. He apparently now wants to level Gaza, you know what I mean? And now another foreign nation is like, we're afraid he's going to invade us, right? Like, we're cutting off U.S. aid to foreign countries. It's just so astonishing how poorly behaved we're being. We're just such assholes as a country.
That's the understatement.
It's embarrassing. It's globally embarrassing. I mean, I did fire some missiles yesterday or the day before. Sent a bunch of missiles over to Syria or something. I mean,
oh God, I didn't see that.
It's very hard to keep up with.
Deliberately, it's done deliberately. I mean, I was going to ask you. Apparently, Elon tried to get information, highly protected secrets in some skiff. Did you know about that?
And I want to point out, we're not getting anywhere near as much information about the Russia-Ukraine war. Anywhere near as much. I want to be clear on that. Because that's a big deal. Y'all need to take note. The fact that we're not getting that information anymore means a lot. No, Trump's not in Putin's pocket. We didn't lose all the information coming in. TikTok's not taking down creations about certain copper tone cobblehead. No, none of that's happening at all. Fucking idiots.
About I heard about that. He was trying to access classified documents. A private citizen. He does have clearance, but not SCI. I don't think he has TSSCI. Compartmented information, right? Like, it's a need-to-know thing. Like, the guy who puts the satellites up for our national security, there's certain classified information he might need to know, but whatever he was trying to access is not part of that. But being in the Navy, working for the government's had all of my personal information, my fingerprints, my DNA, my blood, my everything for my whole life, and I've never been concerned about that until now.
Right?
Yeah. I mean,
Agreed.
which brings me to the last piece of hideous news I'm going to get into before we just talk about how to fight back. Trump is now claiming he's going to reopen Gitmo and put 30,000 prisoners in a place that at most has had 800 prisoners. And that would be by definition a concentration camp. And I think we have to keep in mind he already has contracts to private prison operations to open 2 10,000 person prisons, 14 500 to 1,000 person prisons, and now apparently he's in talks with El Salvador to have U.S. prisons there. And I'm like, U.S. prisons there for what? Because that's not just going to be for illegal immigrants. Like, that's not like, oh, we're going to take all the, rapists from Guadalajara and put them in El Salvador. Like, that's not it, right? It's going to be for anyone he wants out of the way. And you were just saying at the beginning of this pod, if I ever stop podcasting without telling you, it's because someone made me stop, right? And someone wrote me this week to say, I can't believe you're not scared doing what you're doing. And I was like, I am scared, But what's the alternative? Like, what's the alternative? Giving in, stopping, allowing this criminal and his horrifying friends to just have America? Like, no, I'm just going to keep doing the work, and I'm just going to keep doing the work scared.
Hey there, you won't believe what we've got in store for you today. Introducing the CP365X macro.
The work scared.
This is what I do. And I took several oaths. You took an oath when you became a citizen.
Yeah.
It matters. Those things matter. It cost me my job during the first Trump administration. It cost me my job, the job I had done for over 10 years, my heart, my soul, helping veterans, working at the Department of Veterans Affairs, helping active duty service military and their family get health care, quality access, timely access to quality health care. Meant everything to me. As a disabled veteran with PTSD due to military sexual trauma, I wanted to make sure nobody went through what I went through, or at least didn't get care for it. It's what I do, and I risked that to stand up and be loud about what was going on in the administration and the laws that were the lawlessness. And it cost me my job. And I won't ever stop doing it. And that's, like I said, if I'm not on the air one day, it's not because I've decided to disappear.
Same.
So it's frightening. That's the level of frightening that it is. And I'm very glad to hear that Canada now has a political asylum program for folks like you and me. But ground, on the border, land border. So if I need to drive up to Canada, I'll have my rig with me. I'm bringing my microphone, but if I have to drive up to Canada, they'll let me in and give me asylum. So I'm very happy about that, to know that.
But to imagine that we had to get there, as a veteran, as someone who fought for this country, that we're even here, listen, I want to leave people with something that isn't like, and it's over, so listen, what do we do? Because this conversation itself is why people are tempted to shut down and check out.
I'm not gonna lie, that's tempting. I don't have a passport. I have to get that taken care of. You fucking But I'm very happy to know the options available.
But that's like the worst thing we can do right now. I think back to Timothy Snyder's call to not obey in advance. And I think we have to be unwavering. I think we have to be unwavering as Americans that this is supposed to be the land of the free. I believe this is the land of the free. And I think we need to challenge anyone who is suggesting they take your freedom from you. Jamal Bowie, who is a terrific writer.
B-boy bouillabaisse, right?
He's amazing. Yeah, but he made this interesting point this week about DEI. And how DEI is being ripped out of all our institutions. And he said, you know what, I think we should factor in how these states, how these counties, how these localities, how the hospitals are going to respond to these executive orders. Like, I get that you want to do it, but what's your enforcement mechanism, right? So instead of just affirming this belief that Trump is king of America, it is important to recognize that federalism provides the states the tools to push back, or even sometimes ignore some of these orders. Like, he pointed out there's 13,000 public school districts in the U.S. There's about 100,000 primary and secondary schools. What agents are they planning to send to all those schools to make sure kids who are gay aren't being allowed to be gay? That there's no trans kid in grade 5. You know what I mean? Like, where are they sending it? Because there is a part of us that needs to be a little bit like, I hear you, but you can't do that, and fuck you, make me, every single day. I think that's a very essential American, quite frankly, attitude to be bringing to this wannabe authoritarian dictatorship that's telling us the way it's going to be, and we have to be like,
don't think so.
No, I agree, and that's something I'm working on right now. Along the "fuck you made me" lines is I've just set up, and I just actually got the text message that the tax identification number is here. I now have a 501c3, and it's a nonprofit called fedoath.org, and we're going to be, there's not a website yet, but I will be sending out information soon. But we're going to be raising money and funding legal pushback for federal workers who are being wrongfully terminated or set aside on administrative leave for DEIA when that's completely illegal to do. So we're going to be helping get resources and fundraise and refer to lawyers we're working with, like Mark Zaid, who I know that you know, and Whistleblower Aid, and Kel McClanahan, who is the lawyer who's suing for those 2 OPM employees for privacy concerns, and that's National Security Counselors. My lawyer, who's been representing me in my wrongful termination case from when I was kicked out of the government. So follow me at Mueller She Wrote. I'm going to be putting out some information. There's going to be a Patreon, so you can give $5 a month, and all of that money.
Alright, that'll do. It is break time. So, I need to take pups up for a walk, and I will return. I will go ahead and leave the mic live so y'all can hear what's going on. He's first, then you. I told you that already. You're gonna mind yourself and behave. Or you can use your body pad. I mean it, little girl. still haven't used it. And if you buy anywhere other than your potty pad in here, you're going to be in trouble. I mean it. I was going to say, I'm not picking it up from my own help, bud. Oh, hold on. I'm right here. What? In. Hold on, Khaleesi. Go down. Come on, Dub Dub. Yeah, I'm playing. Open door. Fine. I need that and a Chihuahua. It's the Chihuahua's turn. With this big girl and you play on the trailer. You gotta hold off so you get your hot till turn. And you're back here harassing the kitty cat. Cut it out. It's not a game. Don't harass the kitty cat. I got this. Excuse me. Go. You wanted to be a butt. You can stay back there. It's okay. You? I don't want you giving me eyes. You didn't go pee. Therefore, you don't get to make it up on the couch. Glad you went poop. That's awesome. But it takes more than just that. Okay. Ricky's over. I'm back. Khaleesi, lay down. Either lay down here or in the back. One of the two. Chi, lay down. Get over there and lay down. Go on. Get on your bed. You had no reason to stand there and stare. Not at all. Ready, pup? Yeah, ready, pup. You are a ready pup. Stop shaking, you ain't got no reason for it. Fuzzy Maraca. Okay. Minute 21 left on the break.
So I know it's been a really long day.
Okay, that's going to be short, which is kind of nice. As soon as you get back from the ad break. Stop staring.
Stop staring at me!
I'm just for both of you pups. Stop staring. You ain't got no reason. You know where your food and water is. You both went out and went potty. And low-key, it ain't that warm in here. If you want, I can shut the door so it's nice and cold back there for you again. Is that what you want? Do you want the cold room? Alright. Back to shit.
With a lot of not so great news. So right now I want to share with you some actually really good news for independent media. So the Apple Podcast charts were just updated, and in the news charts, the Midas Touch podcast is now the number 2 in the United States. It's above all the major right-wing podcasts. You can see right here, number 1 is still The Daily, the New York Times. Number 2, the Midas Touch podcast. Number 3, up first, NPR. Number 4, Pod Save America. And then I got to show you this because this is crazy. The Midas Touch podcast is now the number 5 podcast of all podcasts in the United States of any category. So here's what I want to do right now. I don't know if this
including
is possible.
Including right there with Joe. Hell yeah.
You can see here, Joe Rogan is number 3. Can we beat Joe Rogan? Here's how we can do it. If this community, if all of you watching go right now follow the Midas Touch podcast. It's totally free.
Okay.
On Apple Podcast.
I didn't want to just get a channel plug in for y'all. Sorry. Four, 2, 4, 1, 15.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we've got some surprising news here that I legitimately did not expect. Donald Trump was able to get representation by one of the top legal firms, not just in New York, but in the entire country, for his appeal with his 34 criminal counts, his conviction in New York. Did this surprise you?
It doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, it surprises me in that Donald Trump has not been able to attract top-tier legal talent before, and it's actually been notable, right? It was notable that in his various criminal cases, you did not have a high-profile national law firm representing him. That in the post-election in 2020, remember, he relied on the likes of Rudy Giuliani, Jenna Ellis, and Sidney Powell, right? He did not have, the best of the brightest. Even Jones Day, which is a big D.C. law firm that had done work for Trump, did not do post-election litigation for him really in 2020. So we've become used to the fact that that big law firms are allergic to working for Donald Trump for two reasons. Number one, he is not a great client. He doesn't exactly follow legal advice. There's been questions whether he pays his bills. But second, the reputational harm. The thought is that representing Donald Trump would be an anathema to a large number of your lawyers, your staff and firm. They might be unhappy, and also to your clients, right? It would be alienating to other clients. Well, the fact that Sullivan and Cromwell is representing Donald Trump on this criminal appeal. Sullivan and Cromwell is one of the most prestigious law firms on Wall Street. It is one of the most prestigious law firms, as you say, in the country. The fact that they are taking on his appeal really tells you not just something about that law firm or about the big law firms in general, but about their clients, right? What it really does is law firms are in the service business. They're tracking the attitudes of their clients. What it means is that the business community is now on board with Donald Trump, which is sort of something we had suspected, but this is just proof of it.
Right. I mean, in a normal world, and I know that.
To be clear, this is not all the business community, but the upper echelons. We're talking Fortune 500, bigger money, not mom and pop shops, families own grocery chains. It's not quite like that. Some grocery chains, such as Walmart, yes. Though I haven't heard as much of Walmart backing Trump this time around. Maybe somebody can give me more information on that. With a source, preferably. I don't mind reading. Not at all. But, yeah.
That ship has long since sailed, but in a normal world, there would be reputational harm by virtue of them representing Donald Trump that would have a kind of a trickle-down effect with their other clients, because they wouldn't want to be repped by the same law firm that is also representing somebody who is that deplorable that even taking him on would be enough to push these people away. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Taking him on would be enough to push these people away. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore.
That's right, and that is particularly true given the case that they have chosen. Right? It's not like they're representing the Trump organization in some real estate transaction, right? Or representing Donald Trump in some ethics form, filling out or something like that. Right? They are actually taking the appeal of a criminal case. Now, historically, a lot of big law firms thought doing criminal work, itself had some reputational. That's not the case anymore. That isn't true now. But they are taking a criminal appeal of the Stormy Daniels hush money. This is hardly the kind of case that normally a big Wall Street law firm is looking to associate itself with, right? I mean, it's like Donald Trump paying off Stormy Daniels. It is not the thing that normally would put on the front page of their website or their
But you gotta go play and play back.
How much of a difference does it make? How much of an impact does it make to have
such a prestigious law firm, does this
Angel
make the
retreats for it,
likelihood
too.
of the appeal succeeding that much higher?
Look, these are excellent lawyers.
Look
I mean,
at your
the
old Barrio
lawyers who are
treats.
reportedly working on this are all former Supreme
And I'm
Court
trying to
judges.
get you
So
to do
these
it.
are, these are
Do it
elite
right.
lawyers at an
Do
elite
it
law
well.
firm. And so, yeah, that could make a difference because they're excellent lawyers. But I think what it really does is it sends a very not so subtle signal to the judges who hear the cases, to the other lawyers in the cases, the lawyers for the state of New York, for example, or for the city of New York, and the broader legal community that Donald Trump is now to be embraced. That the shame of this is now shifting. And remember, some of Donald Trump's lawyers in these cases had to leave their law firms in order to work for Donald Trump because the law firms they were at wouldn't work for him. So this is a really, really big deal. Again, for what it means for his case, yes. What it means for his positioning in the legal industry, for sure. But to me, the real story is Sullivan Cromwell's not doing this if their other clients are objecting. And so what it means is that the big Fortune 500 companies, the big Wall Street banks, the big tech companies, the big companies that are involved in deals, that they are, this is like part and parcel of that. Because otherwise you would not see a law firm like this get involved in a case involving hush money to a prostitute on an appellate basis.
And so what does it say to you that now we've got big tech, we've got big media, and now we've got big law, all of whom are perfectly willing to openly embrace Donald Trump?
Yeah, I think it has both societal consequences and it has real practical consequences. The societal consequences are exactly as you suggest. That, I wrote a piece for Democracy Docket saying we're on our own. And this is just further evidence we're on our own. I mean, big media, at the time I wrote it, I was really focused mostly on the legacy media. Like, legacy media is not here to help. They are not going to be the force that is going to protect democracy. Big corporations, we're on our own there too, right? Like, they are not going to be a force. You're not going to see CEOs standing up against Donald Trump's attack on democracy. But I think in a very practical,
except for a select few. There is a Washington state CEO who is quite literally standing up and speaking out. When the tax cut was thrown in to play, he actually made a TikTok and YouTube video saying, hey, y'all are getting screwed. I don't need this. I'm comfortable. I didn't ask for a tax break. As a matter of fact, I need to be taxed more. I'm taking what's coming out of this and giving it to charity because I don't need this. I've got what I need. Those are the people worth a damn. Those are the ones that, if any, are an example. A good example.
practical level, what this means is that we should count on big volume. And that has, in some ways, as big an impact as the others, because so at a time where Donald Trump is engaged in a broadside against so many aspects of American society and so many aspects of democracy, big law firms have historically provided the manpower and the womanpower to staff pro bono legal matters, to represent indigent defendants, to represent immigration groups, to represent groups that are trying to uphold the rule of law against the government. And this is, to me, a very, very chilling sign that may not be available. At this time, the legal profession may also be leaving behind, or large chunks of the legal profession may be leaving behind the people.
And this is not something that was unpredicted. As a matter of fact, the top psychologists in the world said this was going to happen. Yo, claws. We shouldn't expect that this is a fluke. or anything close to it. All warnings, chances, and drills are over. We've got to get to work. I don't think this is kind of get to work that Donald Trump was meaning.
People who need representation the most. Again, I don't know that will be true for every law firm. I don't even know for sure that'll be true for Sullivan & Cromwell, the law firm here. But it is certainly an early signal that you are not going to see what we saw in 2017. Remember at the airports in 2017? You saw big law firms sending their lawyers to those airports. We already, I've been noticing over the last just week, we are not seeing in any of these cases we've been talking about, birthright citizenship case, the cases involving the impoundment of funds through OMG. I have been noting the absence of big law firms present in taking on the Trump administration, and this, to me, is a chilling sign that we may really be on our own.
And what do you attribute this to as far as big law is concerned? Because I understand why Jeff Bezos does it, who is also being regulated in his other business entities. I understand why Mark Zuckerberg is doing it, who has too much exposure. It's not just Facebook. He has too many other things going on in front of the government. I understand why, so many of these billionaires, Elon Musk is doing it, but big law isn't necessarily over leveraged in the same way that the tech billionaires are. And so they risk nothing by virtue of maintaining their integrity. And so why do this? Why take this step and kind of bend the knee to somebody who is overtly lawless in front of a profession where they literally swear to uphold the law?
Leave me alone. Jeez. Little booger.
Swear to uphold the law.
Yeah, especially in an appeals case involving hush money payments, right, to adult star. It's not like there's a big money in this for them. There's not like this is like a prestigious plan that could lead to other things. This case is kind of a dog to take as an argument, right? But they're taking the dog, and I think the answer to your question is that they want the work from the people you just listed. Jeff Bezos' companies control a lot of legal spending. Elon Musk has a lot of companies that hire lawyers. I listened recently to an interview that Mark Andreessen, the big venture capitalist out west, gave. These businessmen, they employ a lot of lawyers, and I think that these lawyers are not these lawyers specifically, but the law firms in general, they are going where they see their clients go. And so when they see Disney giving $15 million to Elon Musk, if you're a lawyer for Disney, and again, I don't know that Sullivan & Cromwell represents Disney, but if you're a lawyer for Disney, you're thinking, all right, well, if that's what my clients want, that's great. And if you're a lawyer for the Washington Post or for one of Bezos's, for Amazon or for SpaceX, I think that the lawyers are not viewing this through the prism of what is their oath. They're seeing this through the prism of who are their clients.
Yeah, well, again, that puts on full display how important it is to have advocates for democracy itself and not just folks who are chasing the money, because that's where it is. So for folks who are looking to support fearless journalism that holds power to account, please make sure to sign up for Democracy Docket. It's the news outlet where I'm found to focus on every voting elections. I'll be linked right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. Again, a great way to support the invaluable work that Mark and his team are doing right now. I'm Brian Taylor Cohen.
I'm Mark Elias.
This is Democracy Watch.
How to change
It's gonna fall off.
Step 1, grab a delicious Papa Murphy's pizza. Step 2, bake. Step 3, chow down on the deliciousness. Order the fan favorite cowboy pizza right now at papamurphys.com.
No, shut up. That one's over. You're slow.
So Donald Trump just initiated a trade war with China. He says he wants to occupy Gaza Right now, all parcels inbound from China are not being allowed into the United States per the U.S. Postal Service. Donald Trump has offered buyouts to get rid of the entire CIA. He's gutted the entire FBI counterterrorism division and continues to fire more FBI agents. At the same time, his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, met with the leader of El Salvador, talking about shipping American citizens to prisons in El Salvador. And then you have Vladimir Putin just mocking the United States and also mocking Secretary of State Rubio's statements that he doesn't want to see the United States as one of the main powers. Rubio says he sees this as a multipolar world where China, Russia, and U.S. may play a role.
Surgery went
And
well.
all of this together, the playbook seems fairly obvious about what would you do to try to destroy the United States of America. This is not something whether you are a Republican or Democrat or independent from a red state or a blue state, you should be horrified by this. Donald Trump's government freeze of funds, although they claim that it's actually not frozen, it's affecting red states more than it's even affecting blue states, but it's affecting everybody in the country. Donald Trump is destroying, if not has totally destroyed by now, U.S. aid, which provided billions of dollars abroad as part of America's soft power leadership to help countries, to help others, and to thereby help America's national security. Donald Trump is next going to be gutting the Department of Labor, so great work to the leader of the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, who took all of those photos with his thumbs up with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago and said, Trump's going to be good for labor. Donald Trump's about to destroy the entire Department of Labor.
And there's my Teamsters negative reminder. Good. I'm glad it's just a little bit of discomfort. That's better than pain. For real. They can be close, but at least you're not in pain.
Donald Trump also said today he's destroying, or yesterday he said he's destroying the Department of Education, and he wants Linda McMahon, who hasn't even been confirmed yet, her first act to be to totally gut and destroy the Department of Education. And again, red states depend far more than blue states on Department of Education funds, but this is the havoc that Donald Trump is causing. Oh, and by the way, all of that is going on. Donald Trump has revoked the temporary protected status of all Americans who relied on it, like 600,000 Venezuelans. We know the Venezuelan community were big Trump supporters, and now Donald Trump cut a deal with Nicolas Maduro, the totalitarian dictator of Venezuela, who seized power despite losing the election. Sound familiar? Where Trump's going to revoke the temporary protected status of Venezuelans, for example, in southern Florida, who supported Donald Trump, who were big Trump supporters. He's going to take him and either send him to concentration camps at Guantanamo Bay or send him back to Maduro. Maduro will probably kill them and torture them. The leopards are eating your faces. By the way, this is Susie Wiles, Donald Trump's chief of staff. You see her face right there? That's the face of many a Donald Trump chief of staff and advisor when Donald Trump said he was going to occupy Gaza, send U.S. forces for a permanent occupation. Donald Trump said he wants to level it, to destroy it. And then he says he's going to take Palestinians and just put them in other places, to which even in Saudi Arabia, they had to respond at 4 a.m. in the morning, and they said, yeah, that's not happening. We will not have any relations with Israel until Palestine is recognized as a state. But Donald Trump was acting as Benjamin Netanyahu's butler during Benjamin Netanyahu's visit. By the way, even Netanyahu was uncomfortable visually standing next to Donald Trump as Donald Trump was saying the quiet part out loud. And Netanyahu was like, I think you've even gone a little too far with what you're saying, Donald. But this is the psychopath running the United States of America right now and destroying our trade.
Not psychopath. Let's get this accurate. It's sociopathy, not psychopathy. There's a difference.
Let me just show you this. This is Donald Trump serving as Benjamin Netanyahu's butler. Let's play this clip right here. As our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, said, I guess, what's the best way to distract
That was
from
really quick.
just losing your trade war, your threatened trade war against Mexico and Canada the day before? Oh, well, why don't you say your next move for your next act, you're going to level Gaza and have a United States military occupation of Gaza.
You did.
By now, the truth is out, and I think one of the main reasons the truth is out is thanks to platforms like ours that said that Donald Trump's deals with Canada and Mexico for Donald Trump's threatened tariffs were fake deals. Canada already had $1.3 billion in border security plans months ago. They didn't give Donald Trump anything. They said they'll maybe have a fentanyl czar. Donald Trump went from threatening to take the sovereignty of Canada and to conquer it and make it the 51st state. Okay, I'll settle for you want to give me a fentanyl czar, the same thing that you were doing months ago under Biden, then re-announced? Yeah, let's do that. Then when it came to Mexico, Donald Trump agreed to have Mexico put 10,000 troops at the border. Mexico already has like 15,000 troops. So Trump agreed to less troops at the border by Mexico, and Donald Trump also agreed with respect to Mexico to impose an obligation on the U.S. to look at and investigate United States gun shipments into Mexico. So Mexico got the better of that negotiation. Anyway, here is Donald Trump at this press conference with Netanyahu yesterday saying the U.S. is going to take over Gaza. We'll level it. We'll own it. Here, play this clip.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different, just keep.
Let's be clear. That is an unobtainable promise. An unlimited number of jobs for Gaza? What about us? What about our jobs? Oh yeah, that's right. Americans are too stupid to be working in the tech industry. And you want us working in the fields and whatnot. You want us doing jobs that we were giving to immigrants. Or migrant workers. But many Americans aren't going to do that job. Let's just be real. There is no MAGA supporter out there who's going to be out there picking berries all goddamn day. One, it's not easy. It's hard work. Harder than ranching. You don't come home from those jobs, even as a young buck, not hurting. These are some of the most labor-intensive jobs out there. Just because a job's not dangerous per se, doesn't mean it's not hard, doesn't mean it's not risky, doesn't mean it's not needed. So we need to stop hating on the people who are doing the jobs that we need to have done. Especially considering these people are Americans too. Good portion of them. Whether you realize it or not. And those who aren't, hey, guess what? They're migrant workers. Why can't we figure out a way to give them dual citizenship? Migrant or seasonal workers that come back every season. Why do they not deserve to have dual citizenship? they're paying taxes and acting as under the same rules as any American. 9 times out of 10, they're doing it better because they ain't trying to get twisted up. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to hate on them. Not at all.
If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years.
Sign up for something, forget about it after the trial ends, and suddenly you're getting charged month after month for a service you don't even use. Sound familiar? Turns out 85% of people have at least one paid subscription going unused each month. I was one of them until I got Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. Rocket Money shows you all your subscriptions in one place, so you know exactly where your money is going. If there's something you don't need anymore, they'll cancel it for you. Their dashboard makes it easy to track spending across all your accounts, set budgets, and even get alerts if a bill increases in price or if there's unusual spending activity. Amazing. And here's the best part, Rocket Money will even try to negotiate lower bills for you. They'll handle customer service so you don't have to. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/MidasTouch today. That's rocketmoney.com/MidasTouch. rocketmoney.com/MidasTouch.
Then Donald Trump was so proud of that statement, he posted it on his Instagram and all of his social media. He was out there saying, look at what I said. I said we're going to conquer Gaza. America will occupy it. And then you got all of these comments like impeach button, unlimited jobs and housing. People just don't listen to what this man says, do they? So we're just admitting we're going to invade places. Now, this is people on Trump's Instagram right here. Old man couldn't tell the difference between the Gaza Strip and a bacon strip. I guess no more lower grocery prices. Level it out. WTF do you mean right there? And then again, even Trump supporters were like, okay, can you do the lower grocery prices things? All the prices are going up, up, up. And as I said before, Donald Trump is a WMD, a weapon of mass distraction. But you got to take this stuff seriously. He's threatening to occupy Gaza. And when Donald Trump, engages in this, WMD weapon of mass destruction, he is harming our national interest too. In Canada, they're still going to be boycotting American products. Canada's pissed at Trump in America right now. They're betrayed. What do you think is going to happen abroad right now? As the Patriot Takes account says, parents, your children can now sign up to clear bombs in Gaza. This is who will lead them. This is the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, a Fox News host, who's the person in charge of our nuclear arsenal. As our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, writes, I'm sure Americans at home and abroad all feel safer tonight now that Donald Trump announced with Benjamin Netanyahu that the U.S. is going to take over Gaza, level all the buildings, and forcibly remove the population. You might want to cancel your vacation plans you may have had to Europe. And by the way, let's not forget that there were 2 plane crashes last week. Donald Trump gutted basically the FAA leadership. He's gutted essentially all of the federal government. Oh, and let's not forget as well that Elon Musk has put 19 and 20-year-olds controlling our Treasury Department, seizing control over the payment transaction system with all of our private information from Social Security data.
See, that's what I said earlier. She was being a little exaggerative, and I caught that. Both scenarios, I thought she was. Right there, just called out. So even with this, I have to watch and be clear. If there's something that seems off in the reporting, question it. And, well, case at hand. Hey.
Bank account information to medical information, in my opinion and in the opinion of multiple class action lawsuits that have now been filed in violation of the Privacy Act of 1974. As our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, writes, we were warmongers for wanting to help our ally, Ukraine, fend off Russian barbarian hordes seeking to murder and enslave them. But Trump, their peacemaker, wants to occupy Gaza and take long-term ownership of it for the U.S.? Are you kidding me? Unfortunately not. Even Russian state media is mocking Donald Trump right now. Here's what they're posting. An American Gaza is still American first, Israel second, Israel first, America second. A complete fantasy. Our enemies are mocking us. Our allies are a combination of horrified and disgusted. But what was Donald Trump talking about? While Donald Trump removed the security details of his own former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, I hope you're listening, Marco Rubio, and his own former National Security Advisor, John Bolton, who have credible threats against their lives by Iran. What Donald Trump was also fixated on today was if Iran were to try to assassinate him, Donald Trump says he left a note.
No, that's a bad girl, TQ.
Play this clip.
He wasn't being. That was not very nice, young lady.
Well, that would be a terrible thing for them to do. Not because of me. If they did that,
You see, Kitty?
it's
Okay. Kitty is not going to hurt you.
If they do it,
The kitty is not going to hurt you.
won't be anything left.
No.
And they should.
Matter of fact, she tried to get better a few times.
But he never did it. I don't know why. Lack of intelligence, perhaps. But he
Never seen someone play with.
if that happens to a leader or close to a
That's up to
leader,
you to do. You need to be nice to
other
kitty.
people involved,
She's not going to be mean to you.
you
You know, she's not mean to her. Yeah. He doesn't see you as
Donald
bad
Trump talking about
Yeah.
those
He doesn't see you as bad
engineers who are working at Doge.
She's leaving because he'll be in a grump with her. He in drama. She likes kitty. Kitty. Shit. You see how close she's come on to you already?
No, I haven't seen them. They work actually at
She is right here next to you.
unlike what
Yeah,
they
you
do
on the couch.
the control towers, where we need smart people. We should use some of them in the control
cares about
towers,
you?
where we were putting people that were actually
You don't
intellectually
put her in.
deficient. That was one of the
You don't put her in.
qualifications, is you could be intellectually deficient. No, we need smart people. Some are
Don't
young,
put
and
your
some are
friend.
not young. Some are not young at all. But
Don't
maybe
put your
And folks, now we're seeing places like the Waffle House and others charging 50 extra cents per egg because of the Trump
Okay.
egg price spike. Because right now all prices are going up. It's less affordable for you to buy a home. Homes are more expensive. Prices are going through the roof, and now apparently you can't even receive
She's a friend.
packages
No,
from
that ain't
China.
that
So
is
Donald
mean.
Trump just destroyed his entire, so many people's businesses who rely on drop shipping. And also, we're not going to be able to get packages from China anymore. I mean, just think
She's
about how
not trying to
Donald
get
Trump's
you.
intruding and ruining and destroying, like actively people's lives right now. But the MAGA people, the MAGA congressmen and women, they're into it. Nancy Mace is like, let's turn Gaza into Mar-a-Lago. This lady, Chaya Raichik, who runs Libs of TikTok or whatever they call themselves, call it the MAGA Strip. And all these MAGA people are like, MAGA Strip, we love it, MAGA Strip. Folks, hang in there. We're reporting on a lot, but that's all that happened. That's what's happened over the past 12 hours, 24 hours. We'll keep you posted with more. Always here on the Midas Touch Network. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 4 million subscribers together. Thank you for watching. Love this video? Make sure you
Alright.
You're watching the League Breakdown. Glenn, we are watching right now this explosive battle between Trump's White House and his DOJ and FBI agents who have now filed suit in 2 separate lawsuits against Trump and his Department of Justice. We now have some good news on the horizon here insofar as we can take some good news out of this. Can you explain what just happened?
Yeah, so Brian, these 2 lawsuits, 2 class action suits that were brought by 2 separate groups of FBI agents and employees who believe they're about to be unlawfully terminated, fired from their jobs for simply investigating the J6 cases or the classified documents of Mar-a-Lago. case, they have now been assigned the federal district court trial judges in Washington, D.C. I will tell you, prosecutors and defense attorneys are always keenly interested in what judges will be assigned the cases that they are bringing, that they are litigating, because the judge can make all the difference. And the good news is both of the judges who will preside over these class action lawsuits are pretty darn good judges. One is Gia Cobb. She is a former public defender. In fact, Brian, she is a product of the same public defender service office as Tanya Chutkin.
Nice.
Those were the public defenders against whom we, the prosecutors in Washington, D.C., would try cases. So I had cases with Tanya Chutkin. I also had a couple of cases with Gia Cobb, probably more with Judge Chutkin than Judge Cobb, but I can tell you she is a product of a great public defender service office and practice, and she has distinguished herself as a really good judge in the time she has been on the federal bench in Washington, D.C. She's fair. I believe she is a Biden appointee, and I believe she will handle this suit brought by the FBI against the Department of Justice, against the acting Attorney General. She will handle it well and fairly. The other case has been assigned to Judge Tim Kelly. Now, Judge Tim Kelly was actually a federal prosecutor in my former office for a decade.
I don't know, Tim.
Was pretty highly regarded. He wasn't so much in our violent crime practice. He was in the public corruption practice. But most importantly, Brian, he presided over the Proud Boys trial. So I got to watch him preside. He did a heck of a good job. And importantly, when there were attacks on the government and on the FBI's work, he was generally ruling in favor of the FBI, of the prosecution, of the Department of Justice. So it feels like he already knows a couple of things about all January 6 matters. One, that the FBI and the federal prosecutors were doing a good, honest, honorable job. And two, Tim Kelly saw up close, as the presiding judge in the Proud Boys case, the Proud Boys prosecution, the horrors that were perpetrated at the Capitol on January 6th. So I fully expect Tim Kelly to be a really strong, fair, independent, and impartial judge in presiding over one of these FBI class actions that has now been filed. Here's the thing. People will say, well, wait a minute, wasn't Tim Kelly appointed by Donald Trump? And the answer is yes, he was.
Contract PDFs. The state focus is free Google Chrome extension called Speechify. It's like the voice of the internet.
Speechify can reach you with the highest quality digital voices available anywhere.
I get a play button everywhere. So if I click play on email,
by Donald Trump? And the answer is yes, he was. I think I can explain how that came about. I have to draw some reasonable inferences, but after Tim Kelly left federal prosecution, he went over and worked with Senator Grassley's office for a couple of years as a national security attorney on Grassley's staff. Now, just 1 year into Donald Trump's term, in 2017, undoubtedly Senator Grassley said to Donald Trump, this is where I'm drawing the reasonable inference, I got this guy on my staff who'd like to be a federal judge, and Donald Trump appointed Tim Kelly off of Grassley's staff as a federal judge. I don't think I would call him a Trump judge the way we look at an Aileen Cannon, or perhaps a few others who have distinguished themselves as not capable of being fair and impartial. Tim Kelly is capable and has proven that he is a fair, impartial, and independent judge, though he was appointed by Donald Trump. So this is good news that these two FBI lawsuits to try to stop Donald Trump's lawless terminations of FBI agents have landed with these two judges.
Glenn, is this the kind of thing where, okay, now this litigation is in process? Are we going to see these people be able to retain their jobs, or is this just litigating against the prospect of, okay, they've been unlawfully terminated, now they're owed back pay, for example? Because I think the goal for you and I, as we've spoken about in previous videos, is to make sure that people retain their positions within the FBI so that they're not just replaced by Trump loyalists.
The good news, Brian, is there are a number of steps that have been taken by Donald Trump's henchmen at the Department of Justice. And let me tell you, the people like the acting Attorney General and like this guy Emil Bove, who is doing Donald Trump's nefarious bidding, these people will go down in infamy for what they're doing right now. And they are taking incremental steps trying to wrongfully terminate the FBI agents and employees. Here's the good news. They're not there yet. So, given that these suits have been filed, given that they're seeking injunctive relief, translation, they want the judges to tell the Department of Justice and Donald Trump's administration, stop right now before you make your way to unlawful terminations of these agents for having the temerity to investigate and expose the crimes of Donald Trump. That is not good cause to terminate someone. And I think there is some hope that the judges can cut the damage off at the pass before these FBI agents and employees, have to suffer through a wrongful termination and a potentially years-long court battle to get their good name restored and get whatever back pay they might be owed if they are wrongfully terminated.
To that point, Glenn, I'm going to put a tweet up here on the screen from Ken Delaney from NBC. A person directly familiar with the matter tells NBC that the FBI has turned over to the Justice Department, as ordered, a list of thousands of agents and other personnel involved in January 6 cases, but the person says the list does not include names. The agents were identified by a number. It's called their unique employee identifier. The person said that this was done in the name of employee safety. The Justice Department, of course, can match the numbers with names on the payroll, but by leaving the names off, the FBI ensures that for now, there's not a master list floating around with the names of people who worked on January 6th. So clearly, not putting these people's names on a list right now at least protects these people's identities from these extrajudicial, Trump-aligned folks in the media who would love nothing more than to just make these people the targets of everybody's ire, basically, to ruin their lives. So it protects them at least for the time being. But Glenn, you and I both know that these people's identities won't be able to be protected for long from the DOJ. And if Pam Bondi at the DOJ wants to get these people fired, just having some small process step, which is just converting, their unique employee identifier with their actual name so that they can be fired, is just a small obstacle for them to overcome. So, do you have any reaction to the fact that as ordered, the FBI did turn over the names of these agents who prosecuted January 6 cases to the DOJ?
My reaction, Brian, is one of disappointment. I wish the FBI leadership had just said, listen, we're going to take a beat. We're going to see what happens with these two lawsuits that were just filed, seeking, among other things, a court order that the White House and the Department of Justice henchmen should not get lists of FBI agents, whether by name or number, and the number is going to be pretty easy to decipher. Like you say, we'll give them some minimal protection, but not a whole heck of a lot. Now, in fairness, I don't know the timing of Ken Delanian's reporting about precisely when the lists were given over by FBI acting leadership to the Department of Justice, and obviously it'll go right to the White House, versus when the lawsuits were filed. We know they were filed today, seeking a court order putting a stop to those lists being turned over. So I don't know the timing of it. Maybe that the lists went over first, and then the lawsuits were filed. But I wish FBI leadership would have taken a beat and said, listen, we're still putting them together. But once those lawsuits were filed, I think that should have just frozen everything, maintained the status quo while the judges had the day to rule on that request for injunctive relief. But here is the trick bag that the FBI leadership was in. If they disobeyed what was a lawful directive from the DOJ leadership, corrupt and doing Donald Trump's bidding though they may be, then they could have perhaps been terminated not for being involved in investigations of Donald Trump, but for not complying with lawful directives, in essence, being derelict in their duties. So I think everybody is trying to navigate these treacherous waters as best they can, but I am a little disappointed. I do wish the FBI leadership would have held a little bit stronger and held off giving those lists to DOJ and the White House.
Finally, Glenn, let's finish off with this, and this is less a technical question and more of just a vibes question here, but in light of Trump basically waging war on people for the crime of doing their jobs. By the way, a job that ended up bearing itself out as being legitimate by virtue of the fact that these prosecutions got grand juries, for example, to find enough cause to indict, and there was obviously enough of a basis to move forward with these investigations as well. And let's be honest, both of them would have secured convictions had the Supreme Court not meddled and had Judge Cannon not meddled. And so what is going to be the relationship between the DOJ and the FBI, given how this thing set off, given that Donald Trump, his first act in office was to basically slash half of the workforce of the FBI right off the bat?
Hard to predict, I think. Are you a student trying to balance college and filing your taxes?
That's
simpler for you.
is hard to
With
predict.
free tax USA.
Off the bat.
Hard to predict. I think right now the open question is, what will Attorney General Pam Bondi do when she arrives? Will she insist that people in leadership positions at the Department of Justice act like flippin' adults, act honestly, ethically, in accordance with the rule of law and the Constitution, or will she buy into Donald Trump's revenge and retaliation campaign and basically fall in line with the rest of the lapdogs that are presently in place, in some of the leadership positions at the Department of Justice? But Brian, the other thing that you put your finger on is you said the FBI agents are being hounded and retaliated against and potentially wrongfully fired for simply doing their job. Let me just tweak what's going on here a little bit. Let's assume that there was some person who was massively embezzling money, and the FBI investigated it and prosecuted it, and it turned out that the embezzler was a big Trump donor, and Donald Trump did not want his friend, the embezzler, prosecuted. So what he did was punish the FBI agents who investigated, who pursued the embezzler for violating our nation's laws. That is a variation on the theme of what is going on here. When these FBI agents were assigned by their supervisors the job, the responsibility of investigating the J6 crimes that, come on now, we all saw with our own eyes. Of course, those were crimes. And then after they had been assigned those cases, and an FBI agent cannot reject an assignment, or that could be a terminable offense, after they did what they had to do, they're going to be punished by Donald Trump because, he was displeased because it made him look bad or directly exposed his own criminal activity. This is beyond unconscionable. It is a gross abuse of power by Trump and company.
Well, Glenn, obviously this fight is not going to tamp down anytime soon, so I know that you and I are going to stay on top of this. As soon as we have any updates, we'll bring them to you. For those who are watching and you want to stay on top of everything as it breaks, please make sure to subscribe to our channel.
No, what I meant.
You're right.
Get it out of here. Alright, last one, and then
The script thing is crazy. We want you to understand exactly why, so you can spread the word. Also, it feels like Trump is king and everything is bad, but in reality, a lot of it is illusion. We're pretty sure this is going to make you feel better. We'll get into it. Finally, we'll talk to an expert in the rise of vigilantism. Welcome back to the podcast for the 54% of Americans who regularly vote for progress in every election and want to convince their friends and family members to join a majority. This is Majority 54.
Well, Trump has made some news with Netanyahu here in the country. This is one of those things where we should just let the clip do the talking here. Let's go right to Trump.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years.
And Mr. President, given what you've said about Gaza, did the U.S. send troops to help secure the security packages?
So Saudi Arabia is going to be very helpful, and they have been very helpful. They want peace in the Middle East. It's very simple. We know their leader and their leaders very well. They're wonderful people, and they want peace in the Middle East. As far as Gaza is concerned, we'll do what is necessary. If it's necessary, we'll do.
Can I just say that this is a buzzword that's been being used since the Bush administration? Peace in the Middle East. I just want to point that out.
Do that. We're going to take over that piece. We're going to develop it, create thousands and thousands of jobs, and it'll be something that the entire Middle East will be very proud of. But everybody feels that continuing the same process has gone on forever, over and over again, and then it starts, and then the killing starts, and all the other problems start, and you end up in the same.
Now, you may also notice another difference from the politics girl take. He didn't say limitless there. He just said thousands and thousands, which is attainable, technically. And this is one of the ways you'll spot freaking bias in reporting. Politics Girl is not one of my go-to, but it is part of the Midas Touch Network and part of the news set. And as I've said before, I will sit here and point stuff out and say, hey, that's not right. Like I said, I may not like Trump, but when something doesn't seem right, there's going to be some benefit of doubt given. And like this is exactly why. Maybe he did say unlimited jobs at some other point, but it sounds like it's supposed to be from the same speech. Could be wrong. They could be two separate speeches. But I'll be fair with it. I'm not just out to hunt the fucker down. And don't get me wrong, plenty of stuff to do so for, but not the things that he didn't do.
Place, and we don't want to see that happen. So the United States, with its stability and strength, owning it, especially the strength that we're developing and developed over the last fairly short period of time, I would say really since the election, I think we'll be a keeper of something that is very, very strong, very powerful, and very, very good for the area. Not just for Israel, for the entire Middle East. Very important. And we'll, again, have thousands of jobs, and there'll be jobs for everyone. Not for a specific group of people, but for everybody.
So, let me get this straight, Robbie. The guy who campaigned on the idea that the United States would no longer get involved in forever wars, he's going to put American troops.
Let's be a little bit more clear about what was just said. Mr. Ran on America First just said he was going to create jobs and whatnot somewhere other than America. Now I know I smoke weed, but if you don't see through this, you smoking some fucking shit. Crack, meth, I don't know what it is. But you smoking something and need to be taking the time, take a break, and come back to reality. Because that's not putting America first. Creating jobs and businesses over there for the local people there? How is that putting America first? I mean, at least I got the point of sending armament and weapons to Ukraine. We were able to replenish our reserve and make some money while doing so. Or, in this case, save some money. This I don't understand. How would we be benefiting from doing this?
On the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, this is a man who won the majority of the vote in Dearborn, Michigan. Who said he was going to end wars, and who was reading from prepared remarks. It's worth noting this is not some random off-the-cuff statement, and who declined to say that if he was going to redevelop the area, it would go to the Palestinians. He said the people of the area, right? That is, I think, a notable turn of phrase. And I want everybody listening to this to get back into the mental state they were in right after the election, where we were having an internal conversation about the Democratic Party. And this is where I'm unsparing. Rashida Tlaib, Congresswoman from Michigan, I know her, declined to endorse Kamala Harris on the Palestinian issue. This week, in light of this news, she both sides this, said basically this is why both parties are dead. There was an article in the Detroit Free Press, which was interviewing leaders, Arab American leaders in Dearborn, who are making very similar statements. There have been some protests, but nothing approaching the protests that we saw at the height of this last year. Nothing approaching the Genocide Joe comments that we were getting before. And my question is why? The charitable explanation is that people are like, well, like, it's Trump, what can you get from him? We baked this in. But then why so many Arab American and pro-Palestinian voices either didn't vote or voted for Trump? And I think the second, less charitable explanation is it's less sexy to be against Trump than it was to be against Biden. If you're against Biden, you're kind of bucking the trend. Like, it's a little bit more in vogue. It's a little bit more exciting. And so I honestly, like, for the people who were responsible for this mess, it's a pretty broad coalition, including people within our tent. I think they need to have a reckoning. Like, they were hoodwinked, they were gullible, and I think it's a time where they need to decide how serious they are about their activism, because this is a far greater threat. I'm not here for the both sides of this. This is a far greater, more sweeping statement than anything Biden ever approached.
I'm sure that it goes back way further than this, but for me, like in our lifetime, it goes back to Ralph Nader. The biggest lie anybody ever tells the American people is it doesn't matter. So, like, anytime you ever say they're both the same in a presidential election, it's just not true. Like, it's
They're still telling the lie, Jason. That's the thing, and we have to call it out. They're still saying this. This is the world they want to live in, right?
It doesn't mean one is all bad and one is all good. It doesn't necessarily mean that. But it's not the same thing. It is simply not the same thing. And this, I want to unpack this because I think he's quite serious. I think, you look at who his envoy is to the Middle East. It's this guy, whatever his name is, who's a real estate. I think the two of them came up with this together. I think they came up with it a long time ago. I don't think it's an accident that you saw Jared Kushner talking about this idea, before the election. I don't think it's an accident. It's that old expression, when all you have is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. Trump's a real estate developer. He surrounded himself with real estate developers. He's even had conversations like this about Ukraine with regard to Odessa. That the idea is, well, maybe this, it's valuable to us because it'd be a really nice oceanfront property. That's how they see the world. If Steve Witkoff is the guy's name, the Middle East envoy / real estate agent. Real estate developer or whatever. I think we should take this seriously. I don't think we should laugh about it. I think this is very much what Trump plans to do. I immediately posted something about, how ridiculous it is to say you're going to keep America out of forever wars and then say you're going to put the, U.S. troops right in the middle of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict at the same time. And of course, conservatives are saying, why do you take it so literally? Calm down your Trump derangement syndrome. No, I take this quite seriously. This is not a thing he has to really ask Congress for. Hey,
I'm going to stop that right there because he's skipping over it. Trump Trump derangement syndrome is a real thing. But I'm sorry, Trump supporters, it's not what you think it is. It is actually looking to get a spot in the next DMS set. Hello. It is. What's up? Yeah, I'm trying to get a new mail set up at the moment. Happy to do so. Thank you. Bye. Yay, it wasn't a robocall. I love it. But no, psychologists are actually trying to get Trump derangement syndrome, DTS, into the DSM-6 because it does have unique factors that do not sit within just narcissism or any of that alone. It is considered a form of psychosis that is brought on by not getting proper set of information and kind of closing yourself off to any kind of outside information. Period. Now, I have seen this already myself. And that's not my description of it. That's psychologist's description. I will get to having that whole video play at some point, as we will be going over that. Me being one who studies psychology, we're touching it. We're not leaving that shit alone. Sorry. If I care about y'all at all, can't leave it alone. As much as you may want me to. It wouldn't be right. So, that said, let's continue on. I'm going to munch on some lunch.
Commander in Chief, he has to ask Congress probably for the funds to actually redevelop. But I think what he thinks is he's just going to invite in his buddies, probably the Trump organization as well, to do the redevelopment. And then what the United States would provide is the stuff he's talking about, which is military support.
And you referenced the Saudis, so if you're talking about funding.
Let's talk about that, okay?
Yeah.
He's figuring the Saudis are going to go in. All right, here's what that looks like. The Saudis actually do. First of all, the Saudis have their own politics. Saudis are not going to go occupy Gaza essentially on behalf of Israel. Like, that, you know why they're not going to do that? They don't have to deal with elections. They have to deal with communism. They have to deal with, people forget that Bin Laden started as a guy who opposed the Saudi royal family and wanted to overthrow them. They have to worry about that kind of stuff. Right? They have their own Middle Eastern politics. So that's not going to happen. Will Saudi money go into it? Maybe so.
And the Saudi background diplomacy is the big thing. Right. Same thing with the Egyptians. But the Egyptians have the most to lose here, because Jason, you know where these people are going to go? Over the border into Egypt.
That's right. And Egypt has not wanted that for a long, long time. Right? So, it is, you're right. It is very important that Trump is saying it'll be for all people, right? When really the only acceptable answer here, even frankly for Israel, is it's going to be for the Palestinians. If you have any answer as to what's going to happen with Gaza, other than it's going to be for the people who lived there.
Mind you, it's not yours.
It's like saying, we're going into the Palisades, and it's going to be really nice, and we're going to let people from all over the country come and buy homes in those places. We would be like, what are you talking about?
That makes no sense, right? And that's what they're proposing. And then to say that it is naive or reactionary to claim that this is going to be a military occupation is super naive in and of itself. The idea that you're going to go in and even look for one unexploded piece of ordnance or clear one rubble pile without saying first that this is all going back to the people who lived here before, if you don't commit to that, you are just like, let's have an insurgency. That's all it is.
The damage is already done no matter what he does. Did you see Netanyahu's face in this press conference? Netanyahu is a blank check. Regardless of whether Trump does the exact things he's talking about right now, what Netanyahu just heard is I can do whatever the F I want, 100%. Now, let me read you these stats. Tier board. Trump won 42% of the vote, Harris 36%, Jill Stein 18%. So Trump won the plurality, and then you get Jill Stein 18%. I know we have Arab American listeners, and I know some of them personally who sent me a lot of messages who've been fighting this battle for a long time. This is a real battle now, is to not accept bullshit here from that 18% and 42% who try to claim that this is some kind of continuation of Biden's policy. It is not. You know, you're listening to this podcast, you know it's not. You probably are pissed at Biden for a lot of different things. But there is nothing approaching what we just saw that Biden would have done.
Yeah.
All there was reports of how much Netanyahu and Biden hated each other, and now Biden was trying to thread the needle. You don't like that he was trying to thread the needle, but he was trying to thread the needle. What you just saw at the White House was a blank check to Netanyahu, more than a blank check. Netanyahu admitted that he didn't ask for it. So basically, yeah, Trump is more, I want to use my words carefully here, ultra-nationalist settler than Netanyahu. That's the reality that we face now. Congratulations, Jill Stein voters. This is what you voted for.
He used, my uncle pointed this out, in his inaugural address, Trump used the term manifest destiny, which is the term that we use to go west and take land by force, by violence, by murder from Native Americans.
Yep.
That's what this is. Trump wants the United States of America to occupy the Gaza Strip, to control it. Those are his words. To own it. Those are his words. And if you voted for this person, thinking that it would keep us out of forever wars and keep our troops from going off to be the world's policemen, well, then you should be very angry right now. Because, my God, I have plenty of problems with Biden's policy. It never for a moment would have occurred to me that Joe Biden would have said, we, the United States, will go in and occupy this territory at the behest of Israel, essentially, and of ourselves.
Oh, let us not forget that Elon Musk was running ads to Jews, saying that Harris was anti-Semitic, and running ads that she was pro-Palestinian, which in his estimation is the same. And he was running ads to the Palestinians saying the exact same things. Right? They have their population saying there's no way to sugarcoat this. I know there's a podcast about persuading people, but you were tricked. So, it's time to do something about it. If you're listening to this and you're in that company, you just need to be honest with yourself. You probably aren't listening to this pod if you're in that, but you probably have people in your life that way. Now, how do you talk to those people is a little difficult. What I just said probably isn't going to persuade them, but you need to be strong on this one. Just don't. Let anybody convince you that this is anything.
And don't waste time trying to convince those people that they were wrong about the way they voted. It's just how you're going to lose them. What you can say to them is, hey, you and I are on the same side. We should get out and protest.
Yeah, that's the more productive way to look at this.
It's okay to be upset, but look, I mean, it's just not going to get you anywhere, right? So,
yeah.
But anyway, I'm just shocked by, and I'm shocked by how many always
You
do
try not to call that.
Trump, literally, but not seriously. I don't know what that means. I don't care whether you take it literally or figuratively on this. I take it damn seriously.
Yeah, we'll talk more about this a little bit later in the pod. The point is not that he's going to follow through on his plan. He very well may very well may do that. This goes all the way back to Gary earlier. Prepared remarks. God knows where anything comes from. This seems like a deliberate act. This is the same guy who forget this. The embassy, right? And just trick people. There's no other way to put it. And now, like I said, whether you follow through with this or not, I've worked before, been around before that history. What we just saw, regardless if this exact thing happens or not, then the rest of the cover. That's the signal that was sent. Well, there are a lot of different things we can talk about that just happened this week, but I think there are two related stories, one more real than the other at the moment, around the Trump administration. But I think encapsulate this whole world of what was the name of the project that we kept trying to get them to 2025. Project 2025. Doge. This one is that over the past few weeks, the Trump administration has essentially dismantled USAID, which is a 10,000 person, $40 million foreign assistance agency. I'm sure you've worked with it before. I certainly have. On Tuesday, which is yesterday, as of this recording, all USAID's Washington facilities were closed, and they put nearly all of the remaining 1,400 staffers on administrative leave as of yesterday, and later that night, nearly all USAID staff were put on paid administrative leave. It's just basically, and then there are people out in the field who this is affected. This is an agency that goes back to 1961, and they do so many things that we could spend hours and hours and hours going through the list of projects that USAID is involved.
Yeah, essentially, what they do, you could trace it back like it's real philosophical origins are the Marshall Plan, really, right? And for those who don't remember, we had World War I, and after World War I, the world did nothing to help Germany rebuild. And then what happened? Nationalistic, fascistic, leader in Hitler, who was able to come to power by saying, we're going to, basically what he says, we're going to make Germany great again. And he was able to do that. So what happened after World War II? They said, hey, let's not let that happen again. Let's not leave Germany in a situation where it's vulnerable to that. So the Marshall Plan was to help rebuild it, to help rebuild Europe, to make sure that those sort of fascist nationalist sort of forces couldn't take advantage of that situation. And then you take that very successful philosophy and you extend it out to, hey, how do we make sure that we don't end up in a position where we have enemies throughout the world because our natural adversaries, Russia, China, places like that, fill power vacuums and turn people against us. We use our wealth and our expertise to improve the lives of people in those places so that we're a force for good in those places. That's what USAID does. And so the decision to say, we're going to cut foreign aid, get rid of it basically, and we're going to get rid of USAID is, in my mind, a decision to say, rather than engage with these parts of the world now in a productive, helpful, moral way, we're just going to put it off so that we can fight them, literally, in combat in 10, 15, 20 years. Because that's the result. I mean, anybody who's ever seen the final few moments of the movie Charlie Wilson's War, what you have Charlie Wilson just led the entire congressional effort to fund the insurgents, the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, to beat the Soviets, our adversaries. Now that war's over from the U.S. perspective at the end of the movie, and he's saying, hey, I want to spend some money to fund some schools so that they don't all become Islamic extremist madrasas and turned against us. And his colleagues are like, no, that's over. We're not doing that anymore. And then what happens? So that's why USAID is important, and why it's just plain dumb to cut it off.
Yeah, a underrated. Underrated movie. What was it? You know James Bond. You know Thomas Jefferson either. It's like such a great line. Yeah, it's such a. There's another thing that's relevant here, which is that China benefits from this, which is they have this belt. I think it's called the Belt and Road System Initiative or something, where they're basically throwing a ton of aid at so-called developing countries all over the world, Africa, Latin America, in our backyard, and building strong ties with those countries as we're pulling away. So we're basically ceding influence to China. This is supposedly a anti-China administration, which they can have a whole segment about how that does not appear to be playing out. But that's what's happening here. And I think the other thing going on here is that they view the Trump administration, as much as they're meddling with domestic funding and they try to do it through the executive action, it's so much easier to do with stuff like this because the politics are.
I'm going to be clear. If anyone believes that Trump feels China is our enemy, you need to take a look at how much business he does with China. It's how he handles China. To him, it is the Great China.
A little easier because you're not cutting Medicaid funding in Mississippi, so you don't have to worry about Roger Wicker calling you up and complaining, right? This is stuff that's happening in other countries.
To be clear, I have no issues with Chinese people. Y'all are chill. Hi, Brenda. Hopefully, didn't take too long to see that. How you doing, man? Nice. Having some of my leftover burrito for lunch. And I still got plenty enough for dinner. So. And I still keep getting sour cream on it. Oh well. Let me see too. They're not bad. Not bad at all. Would have been better if the bottle of Worcestershire had under control, but yeah. Not enough to kill the dish. Loki's in the back, laying down. Once the doors canter because I'm eating. And you start staring right away. Chi-Chi's in her bed on the floor, covered up, and she started staring. And then Miss Dublin is over on the tote from passed out after getting in trouble for staring. Yep. And Loki just moved. Yep, hold on. One of them are very happy at me at the moment. They're like, you didn't share, you didn't let us see. End up right there. Oh, she's awake. She's looking down at Khaleesi. Yeah, Khaleesi's drinking out of her water dish. She's on the shelving, just kind of head over the side, like, oh. Damn, there's still about 45 minutes left of this last one. But honestly, I think we've got it all covered. It is hailing today. The pass is covered in snow. All kinds of shit. Yawn. I get that. ¿Cómo se have verdad? That's a hail. Yeah, Mom and Dad got snow at that road. Bathroom toilet is clogged. Okay, I'm gonna check on my drainage pipe real quick. Don't get excited. Neither one of you do. Well, you're not going anywhere. Check something. Stay right there, Khaleesi. Neither can you really, but I got it. There's a leak on the gray water tank. It isn't so bad. But we're going to turn the waters off a little bit and see what happens. Dublin, hello. Oh. I'm back.